Welcome back to Valorant Champions. It's our lower bracket final. Let's go ahead and talk about today's matchup. It's Evil Geniuses and Loud. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here with Mimi. You got V1 Smell and look a little familiar, but we'll move on from that one.
I thought I saw that guy in the parking lot.
Yeah, whoever that guy was, you guys should buy his merch.
Yeah.
And he should get a raise.
Okay.
That's convenient. In any case, look, here's the deal. These two teams, they know each other incredibly well, right? They come from the same region. They've clashed many times before. This isn't the first time, obviously, and we have seen these teams really just take it to one another each and every time, but I would definitely say, like, 13-0, that one always stands out to me. But Mimi, it's good to see that this bounce back is
Agora ele tem um novo cachorro, mas antes de perguntar pra você, Freud, cara, a EG é conhecida por dar muito trash talk, atirar no corpo, eles são meio que os vilões aqui do campeonato. Tem uma motivação extra pra vocês vencer deles hoje e eliminar? So, Freud, EG, they are known like the villains here. They like to trash talk, they like to shoot bodies after the kills. Do you have any extra motivation to eliminate day to day?
No, we don't have extra motivation. I mean, we have enough. We're here representing the country of Brazil, all of South and Latin America. So for us, that's enough motivation that we need.
A gente não tem uma motivação extra não, a gente está aqui representando toda a América do Sul, Brasil, Latam, então essa é toda a motivação que a gente precisa. Thank you so much and good luck today.
Yinsu looking a lot like Tishinha these days, but of course a big shout out to our Brazilian colleague, Tishinha, for all of that awesome stuff there. But in any case, though, yeah, I mean, they don't really have much of a reason, you know. I mean, yes, EG's been talking a lot of trash to a lot of people. Loud ain't one of those teams. I think they know a little bit better than the trash talk Aspas and the rest of Loud, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Loud as well, the biggest motivator is and will always be that they represent Brazil. They're this Brazilian super team. They obviously won champions last year, and that was a massive achievement for the country of Brazil, for the entire Valorant scene there. So being able to come back here in 2023, try and make another run at an international event, if they could win again, it would be such a huge moment for all those players and for the entire country they represent.
And I think it would be, too, a moment of peaking at the right time, right? Like, maybe they might have not had the best run in Tokyo, like, went out in groups. But if they're able to peak again during Champions, the most important event of the year by far, that would cement them 2 back-to-back in a row.
I mean, it's just something that people haven't been able to do yet. We had back-to-back titles, you know, obviously for Fnatic with Lock-in, then into Masters, but that double championship, something that has eluded so far. It's always been a new team. If Loud could be the first ones to do it, especially not even, you know, carrying over that same roster that won in 2022, it's that much more impressive.
Yeah, and one of the carryovers, though, from that roster to this year, and has been immaculate genuinely all season long, it's Aspas. And he's coming into this one with a lot of work to do here, Mel. This is going to be a challenging game because, to your point, if like Calm and Demon One and these guys are hitting on Evil Geniuses, Aspas is certainly going to have his work cut out for him.
Aspas is a huge part of the Loud system. You know, when I've talked to Fraud, he is also not only the star player, but he's willing to work within a system to also make sure his teammates are put into good spots as well.
And you can see the progress from this player as well here throughout his time. He was great in Americas, and he still played well for them at Tokyo. It wasn't quite that all-star level performance that you'd seen in the past from him, but now here at Champions, it's again the idea of peaking at the right time. And I feel like there's no better indication of that than their win over Fnatic. They won almost every pistol round. They were converting like 75% of their bonus rounds. They had great ideas for the early game, had really strong reads against what Fnatic was doing, a team who has never been eliminated this year from a global event up until that match. And on top of that, all their players are individually looking in that form they won Americas with, that form that they won Champions 22 with.
Yeah, and one of the things that we want to see from Aspas is play the Jet. Jet, good. I like that. When he was in that dip, you know, you think back to them versus EDG, we were really hyped up this Kong matchup versus Aspas, this massive Jet clash. Didn't get to see it. The Neon came out, didn't look good. Synergy across the board for Loud, not strong. But yesterday, comes out, absolutely destroys. His stats across that series versus Fnatic were absolutely stellar. And that's something that they need to be worried about here for the side of EG, because if Aspas shows up and he's in that form, you have a very serious thing that you need to try to rein in here. And Demon One, he had some shaky moments yesterday, so is he going to be up to task?
Yeah, and I think as well for Loud, they think that they proved 2 things in that matchup against Fnatic. One, I think that they have one of the strongest map pools here at Champions. I think they exploited some weaknesses that no one had really been able to do so super much against Fnatic. had before besides Loud. And on top of that, I also think they showed their ability to play a lot of different styles. They're still great at the Harbor Viper, but they've moved away from that. They've been innovating with different compositions and are still showing us that level of Loud, even when they are a little outside of that comfort zone that had kind of been one set for them.
Yeah, and I think most teams in these types of situations, when they get hit with hardship and have to really begin to dig deep, it's easy to kind of just go and point fingers and, do all that, but it's even harder to just bounce back stronger than ever. And Loud at this point, beating Fnatic the way that they did, hard to argue that this team is coming into this one at full power. They are 100% shooting on all cylinders. This is literally what you want to see if you are a Loud fan today. Couldn't have asked for a better matchup. But before we dig any deeper into today's match, we've actually got some big news that we want to share about the future of competitive Valorant. And I'm not going to say any more, so why don't you guys just go ahead and check out this video.
Hey everyone, I'm Andy, Game Director for Valorant, and we're back with an update on Premier. Just as a refresh, Premier is our team-based competitive system that connects the game and the sport as one greater whole. And it's a fun way for any team of friends to compete together.
Nice! Let's go!
So with that said, on August 29th, Premier will officially launch. The theme with the first official stage of Premier in Episode 7, Act 2, is that now we're playing for real. We'll introduce the official divisions for Premier, so instead of numbers from 1 through 20, like we used in the test phases, you'll now see Open, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite, and Contender at the top. Weekly matches will now cover all 7 maps in the competitive pool. And last but not least, we'll officially start tracking your career history and results from here on out. Our commitment has always been to invest in the long-term health of the game and the sport. So when it comes to the sport, I'll let Leo, our head of Valorant Esports, go over the high-level roadmap for how Premier will connect with the VCT.
Thanks, Andy. The hype is real around here now that we're finally connecting Premier with the VCT. But what will this new path to Pro bring? You'll see the first changes in early 2024 when all players competing in open qualifiers for Valorant Challengers will need to have played in Contender in Premier, replacing the old requirement of being ranked Immortal and above. In Q2 of 2024, the top Contender level teams will compete against Challenger teams in a promotion relegation event, fighting for a spot in the league. This means that for the first time, Premier will feed straight into Challengers. And by the end of 2024, all new teams entering Challengers will have to climb through Premier in order to be promoted upwards. Here are a few more details about the feature you should be aware of. Challengers and Premier will be moving to a year-round ecosystem starting in Q4 of 2024. That means no more long breaks between seasons. Second, with the new integration into Challengers, teams will have more opportunities to advance upwards into their regional leagues than ever before. At the end of every CL stage, we'll have a promotion event to bring up the best teams from Premier. And third, to ensure competitive integrity, pro players who are active on a Challengers or International League roster will not be able to join a Premier team. Thanks again to all of you for helping us get to launch. This is the official starting line of the Premier journey, and we'll return with more details and updates throughout this coming year. We'll see you next time.
Joining us now, it's Valorant Game Director Andy Ho and the Global Head of Valorant Esports, Lito Fadia. Hello, guys. Good to see you. How's everything doing? Welcome to Champions. I mean, you kind of like help orchestrate the dang thing, so yes, I guess, you're very familiar with this. Yeah. But let's go ahead and kick things off first and foremost and talk about what we had just learned. So, Andy, how does Premier fit into the roadmap for each act moving forward?
Yeah, so anyone can make a team right now. But enrollment starts next week. So even if you have a team, remember to hit that enroll button sometime next week so you can play. And one thing that we didn't quite say was that, Premier is going to be on with every act now. Mm-hmm. moving forward. So,
yeah, seems like a great change. And Leo, for the integration with the esports, obviously, I wanted to ask when the teams will need to reach that contender level to be able to play in that CL qualifier next year.
Yeah, so all the changes start in early 2024, and that first promotion will happen around episode 8, Act 1, which is January 2024. So teams have around 4 months, the rest of 2023, to practice, play on Premier, play on Ranked, and get ready for,
Some good time to prep there then.
Indeed, go up to CLs.
That's going to be exciting to see. You also mentioned this promotion relegation system and the event that's going to be taking place Q2 of next year. How many of those CL spots will be open to promotion in that event?
Right, so we're going to start with 2 spots. That's not the final design. We're going to be working a lot on Premier on the course of next year. The hope is that eventually, one day, all teams going up to Premier, to CLs will come from Premier. But we're going to start with 2 slots on that, first part of 2024.
Wow, that's incredible. Of course, creating opportunities for people to be, like, essentially lowering the barrier to entry for esports has always been a mission for a lot of game devs. So it's actually quite awesome to see this happening in game. And I guess, last but certainly not least, what are you guys most excited about? Because it seems like, the hype around Premier has certainly been there. I think a few people here joined Premier teams. You guys playing Premier by any chance here in the forum? I think a few of them are.
Let's go.
I think a few of them are. So what are you guys excited about here? I'll start with you first, Leo.
So I think you nailed it. We've been dreaming of one streamlined, very connected path to pro that starts in game, that really removes the friction for anyone willing to go pro and wanting to go pro. And we have tested a lot of things in the past decade, right? Everything from having amateur leagues to open qualifiers, and all of those solutions work. But we think Premier is going to really give anyone, anywhere around the world, the opportunity to play. It's essentially creating for us a very robust and wide foundational layer for the sport.
Pickup games in the park a reality.
That's exactly right.
What it boils down to.
So
that's how it should be, so that people can just get in and play, right? And what about for you, Andy? What are you excited for, bud?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's just being always on. And starting to track your career history in the game. So a lot of us on the team, we grew up playing these third-party competitive leagues that kind of came and went. So having Premier be this official part of the game was always something that we wanted to do since day one. We really want to bring competitive team play to everyone. Definitely, who knows, maybe one day we'll see some team that's played their way all the way through Premier up onto the champion stage.
Let's go.
It'd be
that
so
would be
cool
a dream.
To see. Yeah, I mean, already just scrimming and playing in the Premier beta and the first act of it is some of the most fun I've had in Valorant, building up a team. So actually having that direct path to pro for people into Challengers League, I think is going to be fantastic next year.
Yeah, we're excited. It's going to be awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us here, giving us a little insight on what we can be expecting moving forward. Exciting times ahead, without a doubt. But folks, we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to dive right back into the matchup. It's going to be Loud taking on EG, and as always, we'll see you on the other side.
My, oh my, here comes Evil Geniuses. I'm going to grab Com for a quick word. Now, Com, yesterday you had a brilliant individual performance, but that wasn't quite enough to get your team over the line for a win. So what do you and your team need to do today to make sure you do bring home that W?
I think it's just a matter of hitting the clutches. I think we lost a lot of clutches yesterday, which ultimately led us to lose the match. But I think today, if we just win our clutches, play together, and just play our game, we'll be fine.
I believe in you. Good luck. Good luck.
There you heard from Com, and let's go ahead and talk about EG, because yesterday they were right there. 2 rounds, and they could have been in the grand finals with that upper bracket advantage, Achilleos, and it slipped out of their hands, and it's unfortunate that that's the case, but hey man, you got to be able to close out those matches.
You do, and I mean, honestly, it slipped out of their hands very similarly to how Ascent slipped out of Paper X's, because for quite some time they were in control. For so many of those rounds they were in control, but it was Com. That guy, the one who's saying we need to hit those clutches, we were having those slip out of our hands, he was absolutely annihilated.
That wasn't him.
He was playing unbelievably. So for them to get to that third map was still very strong, but yeah, they had that lead, 11-6, can't close it, goes into overtime, and then from there they get, what, 1 reset, and then it just ends up falling away from them. They were right there on the precipice of greatness, of being able to get that auto qualification forward into the grand finals, to having those 2 bans to use against whatever opponent you would be facing, and it let slip. But now it's the time to make up for it. It's the time to just make sure that you can get that grand final all the same. Get back into that, have another best of 5, have another crack at Paper X to try to get the trophy.
It is, though, the same story that we saw at Tokyo. EG's very familiar with this. They had an incredibly heartbreaking overtime loss that came down to a round versus Fnatic to not make it into the grand finals back at Tokyo. It's the same story that's happened to them here again, but it's the question of this time with the added pressure of champions. Can they keep that fun-loving attitude, knowing that it was, honestly, kind of a choke? They really should have been able to close that game out.
Yeah. You know who wasn't playing any games on that stage. And Mel, I'm going to go to you this one because I know you want to talk about him. Is Com. This kid was out of this world. He was hitting clutch after clutch after clutch. This guy was just dragging the carcass over the finish line in some of those rounds.
Yeah, I'm in the crowd screaming, that's the American hero. He's like, he's out here winning. He's doing everything. Every round was like a 2K, or his impact of his util was insurmountable. And he was winning clutches on clutches. And he's saying we lost clutches. And I'm just thinking, like, I kind of want to see more from EG winning in terms of team play, because they don't win Ascent if Com is even like 10% not what it was in that game. So I feel like they need to win these rounds more as a team. And I'm also thinking that I kind of want to see, I'm not entirely sure, like these clutches were insane, but I don't like seeing teams win off of hero plays over and over and over.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
That's not consistent. That's not a form that you're always going to hit, that stride that you're always going to be able to maintain. So if it's just, I mean, he was truly Atlas yesterday. He was the one holding up.
He was not Atlas. He was Sisyphus. He pushed the rock up, it fell on him.
That's how his arms look. I don't know if you know that. In real life, he wears the thing around his arm, but because he hides the muscles. He knows, Papi. He knows. But
the thing is, are we going to see that kind of Herculean as to just go ahead and throw another god's name or mythological name out there? Is he going to have that same kind of performance here today? Because we saw it, in the first 2 maps, but even then, it was too much. He'd already given so much and started to fall off by the end.
He absolutely did. But I do think, though, for Com, a lot of those clutches were kind of predicated on the way that EG plays on their defense, which I was really impressed with throughout the day, especially the way that they were punishing Paper X, because Paper X is a team, they don't default a lot, especially on bind. They do a lot of 4-1s or 5 hits. EG was always punishing that with these fast flanks, and they do a really good job of buying time for their teammates to commit to those plays, commit to those flanks. I think EG, even against tough-to-read teams like Paper X, are always good at finding the right game plan, so I don't doubt they can do that against Loud. My biggest concern now is how's the mental after letting that game slip yesterday.
That's very true. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our MasterCard fan poll, because earlier we asked you which team do you think is going to walk away to the grand final, get that dub, and you picked Loud at 64.2%, EG at 35.8%. Wow. Okay. All right, y'all biased. We get it. Okay. What do you guys make of that, Mel?
I mean, it's interesting too, because I was here and it was like EG versus Paper X, and it felt like the crowd was actually Paper X favored. So it was interesting now to see that it's more of the opposite, where it's like, all right, EG, let's get some EG hype in the room, because that's kind of what I want to see. And something I also want to see from EG is having fun, because in the match conference afterwards, it seemed like they were talking about how it wasn't fun to play against Paper Rex. Busio was saying. So I think today a big focus will be finding that groove, finding that fun having, and like not really thinking too much about the pressure that you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what got them so far in Tokyo. Playing with house money, being flexible, having fun there. But it's always difficult because you're playing against the reigning world champion today. Loud do not want to go out early again.
Ain't that the truth? Well, folks, it's now time to get this BO5 started. EG versus Loud. Valor Champion starts right now.
I look back and I just remember those feelings again. We got so much hate. No one believed in us.
History about to be made, not in the way that EG was hoping for. Never been a 13-0 in any of the VCT international leagues.
Probably one of the bottom teams.
Controversial move in bringing Demon One in. The person with the least amount of experience.
No one believed in us.
Evil geniuses, welcome to Tokyo.
Not gonna make it out of groups. We were just lucky and went on a hot streak. No one believed in us still.
So Corbin, you gotta stay towards connector instead of staying puppy.
It's just nice having a coach that's believed in me.
This year has been an absolute dream come true for all of us. We've had ups and downs, and it's just made us stronger. It's prepared us for this exact moment, so I'm proud of you. No matter what happens at Champions.
A gente é time com muito experiente, mas às vezes perder realmente acontece. E a gente agora está utilizando isso para dar energia para fazer ainda melhor na Champions.
Cara, eu só tenho que falar que eu realmente estou muito orgulhoso, principalmente da evolução do Cauã e do Twist. Agora eu sinto que cada um tem a sua personalidade dentro do jogo. Pra mim, ser bicampeão mundial seria muita coisa, com certeza, né?
We are one of the best teams in the world, but it still kind of feels like we can be the underdogs.
At this point, in my mind, Loud are in championship form here. They are in full force.
We weren't as confident to versus Loud as we are now, so it kind of feels only right playing against them again.
Estou me sentindo bem, estou hypado, estou com muita vontade de jogar.
You got us at NA playoffs, we got you at Tokyo. See you get to when it actually matters at Champs.
All right, let's jump right in. EG, you are higher seed, Team A or Team B?
Team A, please.
Team A. So Loud, you'll be Team B, and we will start with EG, your first ban.
We will ban Haven.
Haven, your ban.
Fracture.
Fracture, and so map number 1 from EG.
Ascent, please.
Ascent, side on Ascent from Loud.
Defense.
Defense, and map number 2.
Lotus.
Lotus, EG, side on Lotus.
Attack, please.
Attack, and map number 3 from EG.
We will pick Pearl.
Pearl, Loud, side on Pearl.
Attack.
Attack, okay, and map number 4 from Loud. You have bind and split.
Split.
Split, okay. EG, side on split.
Defense.
Defense, that makes map number 5, Decider will be bind. Loud, attack or defense?
Defense.
Defense, okay. I'm gonna run back through this, make sure we're all set. The bans from EG is Haven, Loud is Fracture. Map number 1 is Ascent with Loud on defense. Map number 2 is Lotus with EG on attack. Map number 3 is Pearl with Loud on attack. Map number 4 is Split with EG on defense. Map number 5, Decider, is Bind with Loud on defense. All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Loud have a world championship to defend, and standing in their way is a familiar foe. It's time to settle the score once and for all, and Mimi, I have a feeling these two teams are going to tear the house down.
They're so familiar with each other. 3 times already this year they've played against each other, and the two teams have had very, very different progress throughout the year. Loud started coming in as world champions, almost winning in lock-in 2 rounds away. Then it slipped. At Tokyo, they fall. They need to come back here at champions. And on the other side, no one could have ever expected EG at this point. This team started from nothing. They've risen up through Tokyo, through breaking every expectation to make it now here for a chance at another grand final.
It's everything to play for from this point. I mean, you see the hugs exchange. They know that both sides, neither is going to be leaving anything on the table during this series. Both sides are going to give it their absolute all to be walking away into that grand final at the end of it rather than going home.
It's a lot of pressure on all these players, on the coaching staff, on everyone to get to this moment. You know, I think a lot of people sometimes forget, right? Yeah, you know, we have these tournaments around the world and stuff, but this is champions. This is where legends are forged. And you have an opportunity to punch your ticket to the grand final, to make your name famous. There's a huge opportunity here, Mel, for these two teams to do so. And I very well think so that both squads deserve it, but now it's time to see who wants it more.
And I can't imagine the pressure that they're under right now, and trying in so many different ways to try to alleviate that pressure. But the reality is you're on the stage here in the Kia Forum, surrounded by fans and foes, and I just can't imagine what is going through their mind other than trying to stay in the present, try not to think about the pressure, and just think about how you're going to go into the game today.
And well, they've played each other before. It's different. It's a best out of 5 now, and I don't think the map veto is hugely surprising. EG get rid of Haven, Loud's best map. Loud get rid of Fracture, EG's best map. So that leaves us to start off here on Ascent, which, Seth, I feel is somewhat poetic. It's where Loud was able to beat this team before. They were always the best, but EG's on a crazy win streak right now. They're 6-0.
I mean, yeah, they were able to beat them before, but the last time they played it, it was one of the maps that EG was able to take away from them. So very one-sided affair, but again, that's when we were seeing those dips come through from Loud. Across that map, Aspas 10-17, Demon 1 absolutely murdering on the opposite side at 18-8. I want to see a clash with both of those players at their absolute peaks. Demon 1 was very quiet on Ascent yesterday versus Paper X. It was the calm show. Like Mel said earlier, I want to see a more concerted effort from the side of EG. Come out swinging because you know that that is exactly what Loud is going to do.
They can't rely on the clutches today. And Mel, for EG, I think it has to start strong in these first few maps where they're so comfortable. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. And I want to ask you, with the default comps, with the team you've played against so many times before, how does that change this matchup?
There has to be mind games in here, right? I mean, we're so deep into the tournament as well. Even despite not playing each other, we can see the fact that there's VODs out there of how each team are playing. And I'm looking really at the operator here. We've seen Aspas dominate Knives, Vandal, Op, and Demon 1 is someone that has said, hey, maybe I don't like picking up the Op as much, but Ascent is a battleground of the operator. You can absolutely take over a game. We've seen so many Jets across this entire year just drop 30 back and forth, switching up where they're playing, and that's what I'm really looking to here for both of these teams.
And in those mind games as well, it's always going to come down to the IGLs. Boostio tends to be excellent on this map, on defense, anchoring with this Killjoy, and Sadak is always impactful on that KO, on a default map with an opponent you are familiar with. It's about how can you change, how can you surprise them here in the game that matters most. It's the last match of the year for one of these teams.
Well, folks, this is it. The agents are locked in. Our teams are ready to kick off this best of 5 showdown, and the grand finals is on the line. So let's go ahead and make some noise, Kia Forum, as we get into the action. Send it over to Brendan Sideshow.
Let's get to it here. That's right, the lower bracket finals are best of 5 territory. Loud versus EG, a regional matchup, but still so much on the line here. All for that grand finals at Champs 2023.
This is primed to be an incredible game. There is history between these two squads. And while Loud is ahead in terms of the match head-to-head, they are dead even on the amount of maps that each have taken over the course of this season. EG have been able to punch up to our inaugural America's winners. And specifically on this map, have come out with some fantastic ideas to be able to refute what Loud has done on what is historically their best map.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how this pistol round gets taken out. Both of these teams actually doing pretty well when it comes to the pistol round win rates. The deeper they've got into the playoffs itself, it's been a key win condition for either side. So all eyes going to be placed onto this one. A setup. Look at Lambot and Aspas. Yeah, it's traps and traps. I mean, the far back position of Sadek, he's holding a flash most likely. Dart and Lambot. There's the flash, and there is the collection. It's beautiful, it's precise, and a surgical picking apart of EG. Good luck. Trying to pivot now and enter themselves into the B site. We'll be able to get that plant down. Ethan, not contested.
Boostio's going to have to pull out some magic here.
Up to the corner here. Look at the movement, the hops on him. No clean shot, no easy target. That is a very clean pistol round.
Absolutely flawless from Loud in every possible sense of the term. The double catwalk setup is great if EG want to move in that direction anyway, but it also contributes an extra layer to that mid-trap. Alarm bot contact, or any kind of contact off the back of Aspas, triggering the flash. Paranoia also coming through to clear these players out even further and allowing this follow-up. A beautifully designed pistol round. Immaculate stuff from Loud there, and showing you one of the biggest reasons why they were able to take down Fnatic. These pistol rounds into bonus rounds have been so strong for Loud.
It's Loud that is fired up. They want to have that chance to defend their trophy, the champs title, the prior year. It's EG who stands in their way. Look at the damage. Shots fired off right through the wall. Ethan lucky to get away with his life here. Demon 1. Nasty surprise waiting for Aspas.
And there's been a push out on the other side of things. Giacomo knows that the Paranoia was invested here. And then as he hears them fall off, he's now got pretty good information. Demon 1 in his classic role, fairly alone.
No one's watching the smoke.
I mean, Com is also very deep. There are threats all over the place
What
here.
a lovely idea. They've just missed each other ever so slightly. Will Sadek survive? Yes, he will. Spikes dropped, but in the moment, EG still looking up surprises. Demon 1. Single shot is necessary, but he can't land it. So, Sadek making sure it doesn't get out of hand here. 3 players surviving, keeping the guns forwards. Less not carrying anything into the next one, just the Sheriff.
Aspas going for the operator immediately here.
Okay.
It's so bold, but I love it. The bonus round op can do outrageous amounts of damage, especially on the defense side, and Aspas might find himself in spots where he's going to be able to save it anyway, even if disaster does strike.
Be a fantastic beginning for Loud here on Ascent. The defense side, in recent times and recent form, hasn't been looking too hot, but in that pistol round, now looking to set their sights on this bonus here. Lovely knife early on, sets Aspas up on that deep angle towards B, while mid just gets explored by EG. Drone forwards, needs to be broken here. Les is holding a one and done angle.
And that's nice from Kawanzine. He intercepts it. Aspas about to take contact in B main. Can Boostio tell? Just throws the Nanoswarm. That gets rid of the defensive Nanoswarm, but there is still that Jet up in front of it, getting all of the information for Loud.
Yeah, and it's going to be calling. The entirety of EG just tucked essentially towards mid. Make a go of things here, bleeding out the utility, but Sadek, only just the one flash available to him here. Potential weaknesses over towards A. EG running out of time though, 45 seconds left into this one, starting to now make their move.
The feint, as if it's going to be a B split here. Does Les call anyone over? Because at the moment, Loud are set up quite nicely to still stop the cat push, and we can see that the spike is headed there.
Yeah, it is just 2 players left standing. It's going to be up to Sadek, really, to do the most from this spot. It's not going to be too much to contest this. No, it's a bit of a change in plans.
It's 25 seconds.
Yeah, there's 25 seconds left. They wouldn't decide to go over towards B. Nobody really bid onto that one. They didn't like what they saw, but still into B main as Aspas holding his ground here. Oh, what a shot to win out. And still with a fight here, but they do not suspect less. They do clean it though. Traded. Kawanzine from the back. Removed.
10 seconds left.
Kill confirmed. 8 seconds left. Got to get that plant down, and right now.
Com's going to secure that one. They've left Jorgamo inserted deep down mid, and Demon One takes contact, one shot, misses it. Oh, and what a read from Tui's, recognizing that there was a player there.
He's being pushed as well. B-main not in control here for EG. It's a 2 versus 2, but massive gun and health advantage to them.
Recon just came back online for Com.
Onto lane. Com's not watching this angle, but he does have somebody watching his back. Yep, Demon One, he's got that angle. So, not getting away with that, winning the bonus round out for Loud. Definitely doing some damage, significantly, to the economy, but EG going to be happy to get one on the board.
And Demon One takes the off. So not only has Aspas been denied that one through his death, and in such stellar fashion, if Com's going to be hitting shots like that, we might see him in back-to-back matches have unreal performances. It's the Jet Sova mirror that I'm so excited to watch in this map in particular. And Demon One with his attack operator, as Aspas limited to only the Guardian now.
Claims his prize. A little bit of utility, just intending to push him away. Demon One's still holding it. No one in a sight line, not anytime soon.
Standing ahead.
Flash and a recon play actually tags up Ethan. They weren't ready for it. A bit of counter spam. Zine, gotta be careful. Drop down to 52 health.
This is triggering a repush out through B main. They know there's an alarm bot down in this kind of area. Remove it, push back forwards, and that takes space away from Boostio that he could use to call with.
Declare out all that utility now. Starting to make the move over towards A main, but just a drone, no tag still. Demon One really relying on him to set this one up. He wants to take the fight to him! Sadak thought the nade would push them back. Not the case. Anchoring towards the back here was 2 years. Seeking to reposition now with the TPs as well. There is no go button being pressed by EG. They just waited out ever so slightly. Now waiting for a bit more of a response, or maybe just a util to come back online. Here's a smoke. Sent flying 2 years though, playing inside one of his own, and he's just spammed out of it. Com saw him move into that angle. High ground. Aspas blinded up. Cannot see a bloody thing. EG. Look at in control, gain the side, and no chance allowed. Now backing away, saving the guns.
This was an amazing round by EG. And it may get even better. Boostio's about to collect onto less. And Kao and Zine sat wondering on the other side of the map where it all went wrong. Demon One is not limited by an attack side op at all, because EG work their way around the map in such spots where he can be allowed to play slowly for picks. They're not just going to run fast execs with Demon One having that pure entry roll. And Kawazin picks one off towards the end here, but now he's given his position away, and Boostio cleans it all up. This is how EG took down Loud on Ascent during the playoffs of Americas, was through Demon One finding these aggressive attacking op moments. Oh, and these shots are sharp. I love the little break that Boostio inserted into that round as well.
Yeah. Make some antsy, see if they use some util in kind.
And also just waiting time for Jorgamo to get another smoke back so that you ensure there's no threat that can come from grass. It's all super disciplined from EG so far.
Feels awkward to get a read on if you are Loud. Trying to judge where your opponents are.
They had the chance for momentum in this map. Starting out the series incredibly strong with a pistol and a bonus win, and EG have refuted it almost instantly.
Knife dodged. Deep presence on the extremities. It's used to combat the drone, so Com was taken out of that one. We don't get to clear Wine out. Might have to use a bit more util on top of it, just to get that peace of mind. For now, it's slow and steady. Spike's starting to make its way over here too. Maybe the goal might be an A split, but Sadak just firing off the warning shots. This guy in shotguns. It's a match made in heaven.
I've seen him do some awful things with the judge. Now here's where the slower pace from EG may end up also having an issue. It's 40 seconds. They don't have very much information towards A or B main. Cowan's just recon darted over towards B, which might give Loud some false sense of security, but the time is so low here. There's 25 seconds and they don't even have B main. The clock is EG's biggest enemy at this point.
Now the util's coming through. Kawazin, he's repositioned to the back of the side here to try and take care of this one. Hunter's Fury ripping through. There's a connection, there's a tag, and there's the damage all combined up. Lovely shots Patience from Kawazine. It is traded out, and Aspas with the blade still maybe can make something off this. Had to back away from it, EG. Oh, they play the clock. The timings are so damn rough, and tight still Loud. Want to make a decent go at this one here. They're not really risking the weapons into it, but EG, they fight them back. Using their own flashes. This Ethan setting them up as well, all the way through into the wall. Bullet to the cranium. Waiting it out though, 2 years. What more can you do? It's brought it to a 1v2, surely. There's not enough time, but potential's there. Knife, missed. Now you really have to get a move on. Starting to hear it tick. Dart is dodged. The positioning is being played immaculately by Com. He doesn't actually have util to push this one away. And 2 years seeking to just salvage a couple of weapons, will be punished for it.
That round gets a little closer than EG would have liked. Perhaps a bit of hubris towards the end, trying to challenge 2Es like that. But at the same time, their economy is still in a perfect spot. And Loud are coming back into their rifle round and calling a tactical timeout.
God almighty. Yeah, 2 years in top form.
He was a player that went missing a little bit in their previous match, and yet still found those rounds and those certain moments to come alive and deliver them 2Ks, 3Ks to be able to win out rounds. But Loud have not found any success since the pistol. And on the pistol, it was a trap play that caught EG while they were searching for map control and trying to insert Demon 1 into a good spot. That's something that EG have talked about a lot when they approach Ascent recently, is Demon 1 communicating to Boostio where he wants to play for a pick on their attack side, and them creating space to put him in a good spot within the first like 30 seconds, and seeing if they can generate advantages based off that. So instead of Demon 1 being the guy that's always really mobile around the map, it's the rest of the team. Once they get that Jet in a position to fight.
It'd be really quite hard as well to get a read on. Loud have been heavily prepping for each opponent as well. They've been putting a firm emphasis when it comes to the VOD times, making sure that they spot out the tendencies. They've been saying in interviews, you know, as part of what gave them the edge over Fnatic was just learning how they play certain maps, where they're standing, what their usual reactions are. But EG, the way they've been playing this attack side, I mean, with how mobile it's been, it's very difficult to get a read on them, to get a hold on them.
Aspas is going for the glass cannon operator here, over towards Catwalk.
Not quite hero, but yeah. No armor. Towards Cat. Nobody going to be opening themselves up into that sight line. But maybe they will just about now to jump spot. Good heads up from EG. Spotting out where the operator is. Now Aspas looking to reposition as well to make the most of it.
There's a ridiculous 0 point that Ethan just threw. A lineup that goes all the way back into spawn, I assume to try and catch a Killjoy that would be playing in an anti-KO setup. Whoa. Because he's one away from the null command. EG are thinking about Loud countering their KO ult before it's even online.
Here we go. Paranoia, but Boostio on the wiser, unaware, honestly. That site was completely open towards tree.
This is
smoked
a weird
off.
one from EG.
Yeah.
Overcooking things, I think, towards the A side of the map rather than just keeping it simple. Getting in their own heads about what Loud would have called coming out of the tag timeout.
They are now making their way towards B. Only 2 players again. They have to push it back, but it is less in Kawazine. They've been more than consistent over the course of champs, especially with the Odin. It's had to be a rain of bullets. The dart is good. Smoke cropped up into his face. Kawazine got to pick and choose the timing to spray.
30 seconds
just at the right time here. Dash forwards. Less. When does he seek to try and peek? Now is the time! 3-fall!
Les was an absolute monster against EG when they faced off twice in Americas. And Les has continued that monstrous performance all throughout Champions 2. You could argue one of the biggest reasons that Loud didn't perform at Tokyo was because Les was not running around destroying people. Look how hungry he is to try and take the fight. Feeds himself into the maw of Jorgamo. But that loss, they will not be too bothered about. The 3K is exactly what the doctor ordered for Loud coming out of the tag timeout when their economy was about to get squeezed again. How does he so consistently find these spots, these timings, where Demon 1's not ready, Com has utility in his hands? Yeah, Les is a really aggressive player, but the timings he picks, he's just got such a read on the game.
And there it is, brings us 3-3. Plenty of ults online for either side. That is the counterplay, honestly, where Kawazine is placed and stood. Potential there for that to go really wrong. No command. Attempt flying here. Oh, no chance. I'm getting past the choke point. Demon 1 does not step foot into the site.
No dart breakers again from EG.
The counter spam though, I mean, Kawazine getting a little bit too risky with it. But a lot of damage has been done to these EG players. Look at how low they are. Ethan, Boostio. Single shot will really bring them down.
And you take that every day of the week if you're Loud. You stop them from getting into sight with an ult command. That doesn't happen every day.
Not committing the ultimate there, just to clear the bottom section of mid.
This Judge looks primed to tear through Ethan, Boostio, and potentially Com, all of these players that have taken chip damage. It's a nice idea, but no damage done to Sadak, who holds strong.
Either that, I mean, the shot down, maybe just to clear the
Are
setup.
they going to use lockdown as well here? This is such a massive investment of ultimates.
Knife gets the tags. Suppression across the board. Does he have the line up right? Sadak needs to be pinpoint, really. A bit of extra damage will also maybe get it done, but no, doesn't break it. 2 seconds remaining. Really softening up players on either side here. Will the site be gained? Will they get access to it with 20 seconds left? Got to make their moves into the site with the spike. Ethan's got it in his hands. Plan. Finally going down here. Needs to be holding this one.
EG have been offered an opportunity by that missed KO nade, and now seek to take full advantage of that fact. Jorgamo's in quite an interesting spot here over towards B main. He can still get into a bit of an aggressive angle despite this lockdown.
It won't clear the back of the side as well. Players from EG can still sit there all the way towards the back. It only clears a decent section. If you look at the timing from Jorgamo, could be absolutely everything. Flash play. Oh my God, Sadak! Almost grabbing the 2 here, and it is about that timing. Aspas! Pure reactions into the back though. Spam through the wall will not be enough for the box to out-track them all the way through Com. Right click into the classic to win the clutch.
Com is back in unreal form, just repeating what he did yesterday. Except this time the rest of his team also stepping up, not just Com up at the top of the scoreboard, having to carry them through these moments. Put this guy on ascent with Odin in hand, and he's going to be delivering huge moments.
Let's go, Corbin.
The form that he has been in.
Nice, let's go.
He looks so good. Here's another clash early on in A main.
Hello. Flash over the top. There he checked it
immediately.
It's the 1-for-1. Back this one away, but EG, they have gained and granted themselves control towards this one. That's a Hunter's Fury. This is pure reactions off of this one. Attack onto Com. Will there be the kill collected? Not quite.
Very close. Com managing to dodge, gets his own online. Com is unreal with his Sova ultimates. He has the most in the tournament so far by a long shot. And just to compare between him and Kawazine, he has about 7 times more Sova ult kills per round than Kawazine does.
7 times.
Yeah. So, Com's very good with this ultimate if you give him an opportunity. And Loud are grouped up over towards Catwalk. If Demon 1 smells anything
This
over
ult
here,
is going to set up the push.
unless Sadak's quicker with the Bucky.
Here comes the Hunt 2. All this Util coming their way now with the Paranoia, and the dart doesn't get cleared, and here it is, the Hunter's Fury. So damn difficult to really pass through, and you cannot stand your ground against it. It's going to pave the way. Access towards tree control, but maybe the side as well. Still, there are Loud players ready to receive. Push them back less, really onto the flank there, just cannot quite rattle the shots off. Calming down the aim there with the Sheriff. Spike down now. Pushing towards the round. Bullets flying through. Aspas tucked into the corner using the smokes against them. This is into hell. And are they going to be aware of this?
Even if they weren't, how do Aspas and Kawazine recover a situation like this? The first one, great.
Maybe
but
like
there's
that.
still 2 players in A main.
Here's the dash, upgrade, received. Got to cover the fire all the way through here, back towards Jenny, and yeah, Demon 1, what is that? Safety in numbers, sure, but didn't even know where his targets were that he was shooting at. I mean, Aspas was hiding inside the Cloudburst. Nasty stuff from Demon 1.
And it's so great that we get to see EG playing against Loud when both of these Jet players are in excellent form. Aspas was dunking on Fnatic in that match that we saw just earlier, and Demon 1's been the highest performing player at Champions, still leading the way in terms of kill per round. Demon 1 wasn't even activated to his top level at Tokyo. When EG went on a run and made it to the Grand Finals, they didn't have Demon 1 performing on, going on all cylinders. This time, though, he's ready and awoken. Oh, the timing just missed.
That's going to be kicking himself with that one.
Com gets away with it.
Instantly repositions to the top side of mid now, smoke in their face though, on top of it. It's really quite difficult to get a read in terms of what EG are running. The drone not broken.
I like this turret though as well from Les. Look how deep it is and how much info it gets over towards A main. And it's going to allow both initiators to play over towards B, which is a bit of an unusual setup.
Flashes just for information. As soon as the bullets are fired, they know, okay, multiple targets now from EG sitting into B main. Sadak missing a jump here. He's not going to be in position to use util.
That's good information as well. They now know that Demon 1 is here.
No command.
That's arguably a little early, but it was also timed with Ethan using his 0 point.
5 seconds left, this push into mid. Com doesn't win it! Whether a sound cue or not, Aspas was just aware. Landing the necessary shot up towards Cat now. This is a pivot and attempt straight forwards, but are they going to clear close to the side? Les still tucked, and well, it's all patience being played, ripping them apart. Jorgamo, he barrels through main. Demon 1's trapped though, and Aspas has got him right in his sights. One player left to do the most with Jorgamo in a 1v3. Spike is down, time is on his side. A misstep from Loud really that's able to him to get into this one. One kill, collected and traded though. So Loud, really good with the discipline. It's one of the things they've been carrying forwards in this tournament.
And I think they needed this win. This round, absolute necessity for them. They couldn't afford their economy to get broken again. And you talked about earlier the fact that Loud's defensive rounds have not been to the same level as we've seen in previous years. In 2022, they felt utterly untouchable on the defense side of Ascent.
Yeah.
This has been a different story with Loud. It's recently been a map that they've had a revival on, but they're going to need pretty much the rest of the rounds in this half to feel comfortable.
Still money available on either side.
And Demon 1 committing heavily to this attack-sided operator.
Yeah.
Some days, he said, he's not feeling the op. But today, part of the game plan, or whether he feels like he has a hot hand, he's been playing with it a lot.
Might be one of those days. Now the drone's not broken again. Close out a defense spot. This lineup as well is going to be landing onto the alarm bot. To mid, the usual placement for it.
Doesn't get broken though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little deeper than you might expect where Les has put his alarm bot. And Les has been pretty creative with his Killjoy utility. Prior round, he was set up over towards A, got them very good information, allowed him to tuck in a one and done at switch and win the round. EG now grouping up over towards A. And they've actually swapped off the operator. So look, Comms picked that one up. Demon 1 with rifle in hand, looking to entry. Now, this looks like they're waiting for the second cycle of the 0 point to avoid that. But it gets used over towards B. So now with no utility there to identify that EG is set up for an A stack.
Have to expect this. I mean, Aspas is the
gonna
one.
go for it.
Yeah, he's got to lock this down, but here we go. Flash over the top. That's a great connection. Tucked to the corner, but already you can see Demon 1, he's into the side. Dash to try and escape the updraft. The movement is very, very clean. That's Sadak. It's a peek at the timing. The dart not being broken in time. It really does light up the targets. Enough for Demon 1 to be taken care of. Drone double tagged up. Nothing for the players to do through that choke point. They have been bogged down with 15 seconds remaining. It's going to have to be brute force. It's the attempt from EG if they want to have a go at this one. All the way through is being covered. Boostio, but again, with the trade. Kill confirmed still into the site plant. Being stuck down now. Ethan is on an island. He needs Com's help, but Com just holding down this one avenue, and he's only got the operator. Inevitable for Loud to win that one.
Too sharp as well from Les and Aspas. There were a couple of moments towards the end there where EG's players are in positions to maybe get a 2K. Specifically Boostio, played in by Ethan's jiggling over towards A main, and yet couldn't make it happen. The trade, excellent from Les. And then winning the 1v1 against Ethan too. When Les is hitting like this, when he's up at the top of the scoreboard, he just turns even situations so heavily in favor of Loud and can rescue them from spots that otherwise would fall by the wayside. Loud have recovered this. it's up to 5 apiece, and EG themselves forced to take a tactical timeout.
As for these last two, trying to make their mark. Feels like Les as well, not really being forced to use this lockdown. He's had it lead for most of the half in terms of the ults. Go online. Money is short for EG as well. This timeout's going to be used to maybe cook up something a little bit cheeky. They have a Blade Storm, talking about if they do want to fully invest, I imagine, into the round. Just around that one ultimate that Demon 1 has, but other than that, it will probably be for the 12th round, the final round of the first half.
And it's great to see this series, which is going to be a marathon, start out with a really tight, tense first map.
Yeah.
Because in the history of these two squads, they've thrown haymakers at each other. We've seen 13 threes multiple times. We've seen a 13-0 between these two teams as well. They like their reads, they do a lot of prep on their opponent, and that can lead to situations where you just have a gut feeling or some kind of anti-strat that works perfectly, and you get blowout maps. Those may come later on in this series, but for now, things very back and forth. Loud starting to recover, though even if they take the lead, this will be a good half for EG. 5 on the attack side of Ascent, more than enough.
Sounds up quite well, then that pick. That's pass once more. Watching down mid. Drone from Com. If he tucks into this corner. Oh. Com actually not managed to get over the top there, so it won't clear deep into Pizza. Aspas can be safe tucked into that corner.
Demon 1 caught on that, but it's ambiguous information. Not sure whether he's taking that pick over towards Catwalk or in a main. Either way, the Jet is leaning towards finding picks over on the A side of the map. So Loud are going to keep 3 players in that area with Less's utility.
2 updrafts available. Oh, they mistimed the flash. It was all supposed to be coordinated together to maybe earn EG a pick. Nice idea.
Very rare that you see the mistiming on Ethan and Demon 1.
Smoke's fading though. Close to the corner. Sadak waiting. Lovely knife. Blade Storm's not available for them anymore. And yeah, I mean, EG just losing the war of attrition here. And they try and use this utility.
30 seconds left.
The weaker buy, of course, Loud are going to be able to outpace them most of the times. They're trying to set this one up now like it's a fake. Shot hits, Boostio. It's weak. Aspas didn't have to use the dash to get out of there. TP towards the back now, Jorgamo. Access towards the side. It's going to be calling this for the team, but time is of the essence, and the spike has not made its way towards it. How do they get through this choke point? 10 seconds. They have to try and get in. There is no damage really being done. Ethan starting to get a plant down now. Post-plant positioning for EG could pay off massively. Boostio. He's tucked to the corner now, just playing that backstab roll. 2 players also into B main. The lockdown will push them back. No detainments though. Boostio can't land the shots now. He's been spotted out. There has to be a clearance from Loud into B main. Demon 1 holding the close corner, but as the smoke fades, the damage is done. Aspas narrowly escaping. Knives just hitting the shins. He's still alive in the action here, but there's a player disadvantage, and it is massive right now. Loud being picked apart, pulled to pieces from every single avenue, and time ticking away from them. This is a round win for EG. They have done the most.
The final 2 players on EG fall to the spike. Aspas and Tui's just never even able to get into that round. What a beautiful Omen TP there from Jorgamo to be able to set up this entire pivot. There is so little time on the clock, but as soon as he cements himself into the back B site and smokes off spawn, that allows the avenue for the rest of his team to flood in, and confidence that Loud have not got an anchor on site. They had 1 gap there in their defensive setup, and EG exploited it to win the MasterCard Thrifty.
Right back into it.
Different lineup this time from Com, and it does take the alarm bot down.
Yeah.
Instead, it's Sadak, though, the threat, over towards B main. He's been using these shotguns for the last few rounds to try and boost the economy and make this an even half.
Yeah, last few matches as well is what it feels like. Defaulting into the judge gameplay, close to the corner. This is so damn hairy. Shotguns, so many targets, but no one falls. The drone is cancelled out here. Aspas takes a peek towards Jorgamo, top mid, taken out, but the site's going to be gained once more for EG.
Boostio, once he gets his plant down, is going to be in a position where he has lockdown available. So you see him deploy it here. What's the decision for Loud? Do they want to go forwards or backwards?
You have to go for it here, almost lining up. Demon One! Up drafted over it. Bullets raining down, but he does survive. But the moment, tucked to the corner. Shock dart does not bring him down. You got to respect the lockdown back towards the side, but Com has given the most perfect of timings. The most perfect of timings. He's just walking up on them. And Louder feeling all the emphasis, the pressure now from the time just running down. Short, over and around. No more kills. They are not turning around to face him. EG, these last few rounds putting on a masterclass.
Switching sides.
What an excellent way of stopping Loud after they got the momentum to make this a close half. 7-5 with EG in the lead. And their attack side calling has been fantastic.
Taken out.
This map historically one of Loud's best. But EG recently, with their approach, with Demon One in the roster, just looked immaculate here. Boostio's attack side calling continues to be a masterpiece. And they're up, heading into the second half.
Can't argue with that, man. 7-5. The attack side rounds of EG, they have set themselves up so damn nicely.
Wow, what a start to this series. I think that was entertaining, right, Form? You guys like that? That was pretty dang good. All right, let's go and get right into business here and jump into our Verizon high-speed moment of the match because it comes from Com. And, you know, we keep giving this kid all the flowers, all the accommodations and talking big about him, but he really has been just performing out of his mind, Mel.
Yeah, his performance from yesterday was not a one-off, as we're clearly seeing with a 7-5 lead. And this clutch, again, the util is looking impeccable from him. And the game sense to put the Odin down. He has plenty of bullets, by the way, here. But to put it down, pull out the classic, because he knows this is a close angle. It's a really bad angle for him to peek into Aspas. So he pulls out the classic so his barrel doesn't show. He has a bit more mobility. He can jump around. He can make it really hard for Aspas to get any damage out of him. And it just... having these big clutch moments again and again in his big clutch util, I cannot be understated.
I mean, those millisecond reactions that he has as far as his decision-making is concerned is just absolutely incredible. These two players have been looking good. One of the things we were talking about is that it cannot just be Com by himself. He has to be supported by the rest of the team. Demon One was fairly absent yesterday on that Ascent map. Today, he is roaring to the front. A star-studded performance from him thus far.
And beyond that, the calling from EG in that half was incredible. Boostio starts off with these really complicated double fakes, leading it down to just a few seconds left on the clock. Winning those then simplifies the rounds. They get that one timeout through another adaptation. EG's attack sides are world class. And with 7-5, without winning the pistol round, this is going to be really tough for Loud to do the same.
Yeah, well, we're going to see how this all shakes up as we get ready for the pistol and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Well, eye is going to be focused onto this one here. Now, EG, when they're on the defensive side of Ascent, playing against Paper X, it's Paper X who, really exploited, I think, the tree hold, the cat hold as well. They were rapid on the approach, squeezing those players over towards A. They saw that as a potential weakness. We'll see if EG have corrected it. It looks likely. Two players deep into mid.
Yeah, this looks aggressive, actually, from EG. Like, Ethan and Demon One want to fight this. Oh my God, what a shot to open.
Okay.
What a way to announce yourself in the second half. Instant jet differential.
Yeah, you're going to be feeling that one for days. He is ringing.
And there is so much more of this match, so much more of this head-to-head left to go. Now the catwalk hold is going to be pressured slightly.
I want to push off this. Okay, util being broken here. The timing on that was just unfortunate for Sadak, but he's been impeccable. Two players left standing for Loud. Get themselves in 2 years. Taking a ton of damage. There's no time wasted. Boostio! This level of aggression. It's relentless, man.
Awesome round. Both teams having a good pistol on defense where they designed to collapse mid. This one off the back of contact, and that triggers a recon dart from Com that was flown from so far away, right back towards the heaven window. Landed over in tiles and set up for this push. But it's all open by that exceptional Sheriff shot as well from Demon One.
One enemy remaining.
Again, best statistical player of the tournament so far, Demon One, and showing no signs of slowing down, even against an Aspas who played phenomenally against Fnatic.
Let's go, Boosie!
Aspas was plus 20 against Fnatic. And Demon One's doing stuff like that to him.
Both monsters in their own right. But today, Demon 1, at least for now, seems to be just in tip-top form. Grouped up now, Loud. A collection of players here with the Sheriffs. Towards B, Turret spots them. Oh, as soon as the orb is taken, that shot dart doing a lot of damage.
And the second one too.
Tons of damage.
And look, Com might have just won this round already. He's just softened up all of the players that would be a threat, that are trying to take aggressive positions.
Out on their eco. The only game plan they have in mind, honestly, is to try and farm up these orbs as well. Looks like they're funneling them into Sadhak. They still have A main control. I mean, 2U's disrespected that earlier into the round. He's just been holding on to it since.
Working their way down mid. Boostio's got his alarm bot here.
But detonates vulnerability across the targets, across the board. Com tucked to the corner here. Still, with the amount of damage that's been done prior, you have to think it should be an easy solve for EG. These players might be getting squeezed though soon enough.
Really isolated. He can't afford to reposition particularly.
If this gets cleared, might be a dangerous moment. Backs towards it. So many chances. Kawazine, the tag as well with the dart. A lot of damage done towards the back of the site. Needs to be a bit of a bailout now. Some help and assistance. Corn, lovely flash. Got to appreciate that one, Ethan. The supplementary utility from this guy is just in another class of its own.
And the best supported player in the world shows you why he deserves that title once again. And excellent stuff from the bottom of the scoreboard. From downtown, throwing the flashes. That was a pretty aggressive position for Boostio, and it looked dangerous there for a moment too. You know, Com got lit up by a dart. He could have easily been taken down, and suddenly there's no one actually for Ethan to throw that supportive utility even for. It's also taken a lot of the sting out of this bonus. But with Demon 1 and a Sheriff in hand, we've already seen what he's capable of. Both of these squads have very different ideas about how to approach their attack side. Loud love to be going for these 4-1 approaches where Les is the only player towards the B side of the map. And Loud will hard focus on winning A main control at all costs.
Very important one now for Loud to win. Think about it. The investment of the guns, the rifles that they've got in their hands, EG. Pure bonus round for them. Looks like they're setting up as well just the stack over towards A, giving up a lot of space inherently, not holding it close towards tree.
The drone through mid continues to allow that alarm bot and turret actually to gather info towards mid and towards B, and that's led 4 players to stack on the defense side on A.
Yeah, they're not worried.
They're not at all, and this is definitely danger for Loud. I mean, every piece of utility they're throwing indicates that this is going to be an A split straight into these 4 defending players.
Drone through players off the back of it. Ethan was a flash ready and waiting. Bit of time to strike now. Players starting to really move through here. The dart wasn't cleared though. Jogamo lit up. Counter utility still being used all the way through. Push forwards. There was that flash. Ethan is in their faces all the way through. Team of 1. Nasty with it. Carry said it enough with the Sheriff shot though. Can't claim the second still. Give it to Com. Plan has to go down now. 11 seconds remaining. Won't be anything to push this one back here. Still. Maybe Com just thinking, okay, get the rifle. Cheeky little prize. Does he still want to make a go of this?
And by the look of it, EG still have enough money to buy into the next, so any economical damage that you can inflict upon Loud makes this a better and better bonus, and this is likely to be the area where they exit for the save.
Yeah. Just playing it smart. We did just see a clutch the other day from Com where he made the big wrap around on Ascent.
Com is never not flanking.
Yeah.
In the wise words of Mimi.
But it's about his, you know, how agile he plays it. He messes with your internal clock, the timings in your brain.
Oh, look at how good this is from Loud, though. They smoke behind them over towards A main. They've got a 0 point out forwards to make sure that he's not hiding somewhere aggressively for them. And they get a clean exit where Com can't inflict any more damage. This is going to take us into our first rifle round. Aspas and Kawanzin, I would imagine, looking to buy up around the guns that were saved there. It's this recon dart, honestly, that ends up taking all of the danger out of things. Ethan was ready to flash these players in, and yet they got caught. That's a good utility appreciator.
You gotta respect it.
Me when I see people not dry peeking everywhere around the map.
Exactly. It's a cautious tale for both of these teams. Love to play it slow.
Sadak, though, benefiting from the fact that he was loaded with ult orbs early on in this half, now has his null command online really quite early. This is a big round. And he's instantly taken A main control. Loud have these explosive fights sometimes around the extremities. This could be a reclear, though, from EG. Yeah, the flash in.
Yep. Flash in. Jorgamo. No connection, no kills.
What I like about this, too, is it makes it much less likely from Loud's position that they recognize Demon One is also here with the operator. You know, why would you be going for a flash reclear of A main if the op is right behind it? Yeah, that is where Demon One's posted. And I love the position that Demon One has taken right now, anticipating them backing up and going into an A split, which Sadak loves to call. But this time, the IGL
moving away
from Loud moving into B.
It's EG, though, playing fully aware of the no command. Wait, I mean, look at this. Boostio's positioning. Deep tuck back. He's not going to be cleared out. He's not going to be suppressed. So all that util is going to be left to help Com. Dart's dealt with as well. Given the perfect timing as well as they start to come through, and there's the Nana Swarms. He can dead them again because there's no suppression. Paranoia into the back. We see the same supportive utility to help him out. There were flashes sent flying, but Com wasn't aware of it. The stairs position taken. Again, barely just getting in there with enough time to really do it. Still EG. Are they going to attempt to flood in? No, it's just a stray shot of Demon One.
Don't know how that one hits.
Ridiculous.
It's a nice spot for Aspas to play high-lows with the rest of the team, but there's nobody from Loud in B main.
Yep.
They're all grouped up on site.
And that is critical. All collected here for EG to really make the most of this one. Into the retake, this high ground position, all he needs.
Paranoia.
Pixel, an angle, Paranoia, massive connection. Multiple players now fully blinded up. Close to the corner, they're all being dealt with at the back of the site. Kawazine, 1v2, 1v1 tonight!
Ethan, the safe pair of hands, takes things home for EG with an excellent, diligent retake. Loud have such phenomenal post-plant positions there on site. Yes, they don't have anybody tucked towards logs or market or B main, but in terms of the spots you could play on site, I really like what they were going for. And most of that setup got ruined by Jorgamo's flash. It just sails through. Player close gets caught by it, Aspas gets caught by it on his higher setup. Breaks those crossfires and allows EG to get in.
Nice! Let's go! That's huge.
That's the tension in a 1v1 for the coach.
Standing ahead.
Flash and a recon. And towards back. Ethan is disrespecting all of this. I mean, there's no connection there with the dart, so he just removes the turret out nice and early. Sets up Demon One again with the operator. Meanwhile, Loud, they're exploring into middle.
Demon One is so deep. He looks like he might be about to make contact.
One less. Spotted him first. Damage done, no kill.
Boostio's utility looks ready to try and hold that space for him to use lockdown. But now he's had to burn it early and he gets caught. A random sheriff shot takes down the Killjoy and removes that lockdown, which EG would have been hoping to use for a retake. They still have an ult command to work with. Ethan could be vital here. But Demon One will probably have to trade off the op with somebody else. It looks tough.
Yeah, let's see how this gets played now. Go either way, any direction. Maybe just down to the positioning here of these players spamming. All bang angles. Nobody found here. Demon One has found the rifle now. Time will really begin to start ticking.
Especially when Kawazine has this Hunter's Fury at all times.
Yeah, and he is just really just buying all the more time for them. TP tonight, Jorgamo can't get it done here with the rifles as well. The angles are all known and noted. Ethan, so much more to do, but he just cannot do it. Lit up right through the floor.
And all of that coming down, I think, to the fact that Boostio fell. A sheriff shot through a smoke, spammed back towards him. And he doesn't have his ultimate that they really needed for the retake. Look what that's done to EG's economy too. How does this shot happen? Oh, wow.
Talk about
perfect
fortunate.
one.
Yeah.
I've definitely noticed with EG, and Boostio's talked about it in press conferences too, that when he has bad games individually, his calling also suffers. Now, he hasn't had a bad game in this match so far, but we saw him in the game against Paperex calling himself a disappointment and a fraud for going -24 in the series. You need to make sure that he's having good moments, not getting caught out, to keep the calling high.
The mental in check. Okay, EG. Very disrespectful. Only with the classics, of course, just trying to brute force their way, taking out A main control. Here's the response, though. Loud spotting it out. Close to the corner, though, is Com. There's going to be a flash to clear it. Lovely bit of util now. Lots of players waiting to receive. EG over the top now with a Blade Storm. Not really spotted here. It's a jump and spot. It's the bait play. Oh my God, disgusting.
It's a great idea. Love to see it. How many knives did Demon 1 just expend there?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Does not matter. Dash still alive. Round to the corner. 2 years shuts it down. Not danger, no chance of a real trade. And Jogamo, there was danger there. He had the rifle. Paranoia flying through. Boostio only on 20 health. Not much he can do in this. At this point, just playing for the exits, but really the money. It is booming for Loud.
Sadak, though, was forced to use his ultimate in the midst of this round, and I think you can count that as a win. You can count that as some small victory, some silver lining for Evil Geniuses. They're still 2 rounds up, and now have fairly good ultimates. Specifically good retake ultimates, too, against what Loud are going to be throwing at you. Boostio is going back to this Killjoy setup that's focused very heavily on putting double nano swarms and alarm bot, defending that tree space so that he can use lockdown in the retake over towards A. It doesn't work as well when teams like to run A splits on you, though, and that's what Sadak loves calling those.
Drone and a knife. Team 1. A lot to play towards mid here.
Here's early catwalk pressure already. Only 15 seconds into the round. Boostio would like to hold on to this setup.
Triggering the turret just to see if there was a util trap play off of it. Alarm bot on top of it. So that's all the Killjoy utility removed.
Very early on, within the first 30 seconds. And that's going to be very helpful for Sadak, as well as he builds an identity and a map in his head of what the defensive setup is like.
Just from breaking it, look at the EG players' positions now. All collected up towards A, anticipating that that's where the hit might come through. And the reason for that as well is just Demon 1 this entire time has been holding down this B angle, but it's not to be received with a flash in his face. Will the peak timing be good enough? He's not going to be able to get out of there in time, as well as Paranoia comes out of nowhere, near-sided, dashing even deeper into B main, using the smokes, trying to use them to his advantage! And here's the help, surely.
30 seconds left.
Into the side. Starting to make their way now into the side there. Nade at their feet, just trying to avoid it, dodge past it. To the back of it, though, they are walking into a blender. The kills need to be claimed right now for Loud all the way through here. And while it's less, is the one who's got them all in the blender, but still it's Jogamo at the back of the site, anchoring at that position.
10 seconds left.
None the wiser, with no time left. Not a chance in hell. Jogamo will not let this one slip. Beautifully played.
Another ult from Jogamo into the back B site. He did it on attack, now he's doing it on defense. When you look at the way that EG's defense is set up in this round, it feels from the minimap like it's only Demon 1 towards B, but there is always that constant ability for Jogamo to get into back site and reinforce this whole position. And as soon as there's somebody anchoring in that spot, it makes the supportive utility from Com and Ethan so much stronger too. Very nice setup from EG. You can tell that both of these teams are expertly prepped.
Yeah. The time I've taken here for Loud. Got to give again immense credit. Demon 1 in top form. Think about that prior round. Doesn't get the pick in B main. Yeah, he got traded out, but just enough delay, enough time being bought. EG could really cement up and bring the reinforcements in.
I want to think about the mentality of both of these teams coming into this match as well, Brent. I feel like every squad heading into Champions was wondering how Fnatic could lose twice. Anxious that it would come down to them to have to slay the beast. And EG themselves proved unequal to that task of taking down Fnatic at Tokyo. And Loud coming to this match as the Dragon Slayers, returning to face EG. Battle worn, but also with a trophy that should strike fear into the hearts of every squad that goes up against them.
Oh, yeah.
We are the team that took down the favorites, and yet EG, right from the start, have shown the confidence to bring it to Loud and never play scared at any point.
Form has been such a factor. A lot of matches that we've been seeing. Oh my goodness! There's a punish. Kalazin attempting the drone down into mid just from the tower's position, but it was a flash dart and it sets it up with the Odin spam.
These ideas are so good from EG. Stolen, refined, perfect. Demon One in an off angle, but dealt with by Sadak.
It was an unorthodox one. Flash plays all about. Leslie couldn't see anything. Hunter's Fury, this is Kom. Wants to salvage the situation, at least help them out, but slightly off kilter. Okay, 2 players left standing. Boosty actually going to be committing the ult now. Trying to clear out this smoke. Fades away towards the side. Is he going to expect Aspas? Door needs to be broken. Reload inside. Everybody's got the knives out. The util. It's an absolute disaster.
Boostio looking to put pressure on and had his own lockdown broken in the meantime. He's left on a 1v3. And despite the incredible start from EG, it went downhill so fast. He's got the right read.
Yeah, 2 years ice cold, doesn't shift his position. Does he really make a play for this? That's a heavy face, and look at Loud, they are immediately on it. They can smell blood underwater. Chasing him down. They make the decision easy for Boostio. Run away, keep the gun.
The ideas from EG in this round are excellent. I mean, right from the opening pick, but even then, when there was more tree pressure coming through, we had a Paranoia comboed with the Hunter's Fury to be able to clean up the aggression coming through from Loud in multiple waves. And yet Loud was still able to hold their ground and frag through it. A great example of Loud being able to shrug off the pressure from EG.
Crowd feeling favored for the plucky upstart that is EG. North American representatives here. But Loud are steadily climbing their way back, trying to equalize in this map. The round lead that EG have is starting to get whittled down and away.
Last time EG were on an eco, they stacked 4 players over towards A. And they just had Kom and Boostio's utility watching the rest of the map. It looks like a very similar setup here again.
Smoking a Paranoia. The Lee being held here. Demon One's the only one with the rifle. Don't expect that one. He's been playing a lot of these off angles. Does he really go for more? I mean, the dash is activated. Might feel like he has to get something done with it, but no, just using it to reposition here. Loud. Bit of a noise bait. Running away. Vacuuming up the space once more into A main. Drone close to the corner. That's a seek, an attempt to punish. I gotta respect it from Boostio. He's being watched for. The Loud still want to go for this. Yes, they do. Rush over the top here with the Paranoia. Hunter's Fury as well, clearing all the way through here, but there's really no emphasis being placed on this. They have to take the site on top of it, but bullets will do the job, I guess. Clearing out into the corner. Still, Demon One is active, and he's still got the rifle with 9 bullets left, though. No more dash to really evade capture, and he's brought down.
Kom scrambling, frenzy in hand, trying to pick up the pieces. But Loud have done this work on the anti-eco, and they are set up in an unlosable position. The triple face. Kom not given an inch, given no quarter. Loud draw ever closer to tying this one up. The attack sides from both of these teams have been called beautifully.
Yeah.
I think EG's defense has had more layers to it than Loud's, and yet Loud is still managing to avoid all of these problems that are thrown at them.
I completely agree. These halves have mirrored each other, honestly, as well, with just the pistol round wins going in one direction, but the gun rounds, when it gets down to it, the attack side, these teams just have a better read.
You want to talk about mirrors? The IGL picking up the judge. We saw Sadak in the first half, and now Boostio has gone for the same kind of play over towards Tree. This does seem like the kind of area where Boostio is likely to get action.
Flash is going to connect though. Here's it coming. Dodges it. Jump spot! That is nasty! And even nastier from Sadak actually, under the pressure of that one. Making the trade happen.
Who does the trade favor, though, at the end of the day? Sure, you get rid of the attack side Jet, but also all of that Killjoy utility is down on A.
And they push Sadak into this deep position, tucked towards Tree.
I think it's a very nice spot for Sadak to call from. Les, however, is way off script.
This knife. Is there going to be a flash reclear here? What's the play? EG going to try and cook something up?
Yep, here goes Ethan.
Yeah. Oh, on the other side of the map. Okay, Sadak going for a flash of his own. What timing gets taken still? Back towards the smoke. Watching. A bit messy.
So now where do you go? Do you go towards Les on B? Do you try to commit to A? There's 30 seconds.
I don't really have the answer, but definitely getting the kills. Well, that space was gained. Les. He's making a run towards mid here just to try and hold this one back. Demon 1, he's seeking to also adapt and try and play fluidly. He's brought down. 15 seconds. Where's the spike? It's dropped down right there. Nade close to the corner. Ethan! He's getting away with murder. 10 seconds. To 1v1 and the doors in his face. Obstacles abound. Kawazin, you gotta break it. And Ethan, he's won it out.
He goes for the top.
Unreal. Unreal.
That is a round that should never have slipped away from Loud. They had too many options, paralyzed by choice. Sadak was clearly calling for some kind of A split, but wanted to leave Les over on B to see if he could work the magic. And they decided, because time was so low, to rotate through mid. The only area where Demon 1 and Ethan could have had any impact on the rotate. But they didn't feel confident enough going full through spawn. I mean, thankfully, Sadak doesn't seem too bothered by it. All smiles on his face. But they've allowed EG to get up to map point when it seemed like Loud were pulling off the comeback. A match like this, the best of 5, it's going to be a marathon, but small moments certainly add up. Here comes Sadak, popping his ultimate, looking to try and right the wrongs, heading into round 23.
Can make all the difference here. Let it fly now, let it loose. The util sailing forwards, but the guns, it's all about how they reign supreme. Aspas wants to lead the charge here, trying to resurrect it. Aspas, he's essentially on an island. He doesn't have help from his team, yet he's still holding the back knives. Out, in charge now, Demon 1. Seek to even it up ever so slightly. EG might be on the cusp of winning the map, but Louder just back into this with a vengeance here. Tucked up onto the box, Aspas, he's low, he's trying to take the fight right to them. Brings him down though, Dart is there, and there is the wallbang damage, all being done. Com. Still with control over towards door. It's a 2v3 though. You have to try and get these Loud players out of the positions they are tucked into this post plant. So hard to remove, smoke. So awkward, so difficult. Demon 1 would have to have hit a worldie, but no. It's all less containing.
And Loud certainly responded. After letting one round slip away, they came in with fire. The entries looking vicious from Aspas.
Yeah, I mean, and he's alone now when he's taking these fights.
But he's so confident in his own skill, his own talent to be able to pull him through. And Les also with 3 following up on that space that Aspas had created for him. Les has 25 kills right now across 23 rounds. Stellar performance, outfracking Demon 1 on the other side of things, who I keep reiterating has been statistically the best player of the tournament so far. If Les is on fire like this, it's going to make a big difference compared to their flop at Tokyo. Les was one of the major reasons, his monstrous performances carrying them through in the 2-1 victories they had over EG in Americas.
The time I've taken, EG, this final round can be the hardest. Bring you over that line. Time to talk you through. What are you going to do this last round of regulation?
Loud have been focused very heavily on A main control. If EG want to get value out of a scrappier buy, I love the idea of going for something aggressive in A main. It doesn't always have to be fighting it at the very start of the round. You could lure Loud in and give them A main control and then try and fight with a reclear strategy. But it seems like EG have a similar idea to me.
Yeah, and the money isn't too hot for EG here. For this last round, they bought up entirely. Just trying to disrespect them. It's a flash play along with the dart as well. They're all lit up, but they don't really have the guns to get this done. Maybe with rifles could have spammed a couple of these players, but it's just contained. Storm was weathered by Loud. They waited out and they regained control of A main themselves. This time with ultimates. Packing a decent punch here. Locked down.
Ethan still has a flash for this. They could try and go aggressive again. No, the drone is going to dissuade Demon 1. He's forced to pull back.
There are gaps here towards the lockdown. Into the back of the side as entertainment though. Jorgamo, he's up close. To leave inside of his own smoke here. Working rings around him, but Ethan, he will fall from the back. It's all onto Demon 1, but he just cannot hit the shots. Sheriff in his hands, needs to make the most of it. But Loud, complete dominance, completely in control. An inevitability, we will be going to OT here. Bustio gonna try for it, doing so much, but really just shut down. So 12-12, our opening map here of our lower bracket finals. With everything on the line, going to overtime.
It's going to be bad memories for EG here. They were up 11-6 to Paper X and lost a few clutches to let them back into the game. It feels like another one that they might be letting slip away. 11-8 the scoreline at one point, with EG in the lead. Just managed to make it 12-12, stopping the inevitable Loud onslaught on the attack side. Both of these teams with impeccable calling. But now the sides flip. EG once again on the side where they've looked the best. Loud's setup is quite different. And the Nanoswarm is so far back, ready to catch. I mean, by the look of it, Demon 1 as he would dash towards stairs. The way that Les has put his utility, it seems like they want to double anchor really deep on B.
Skipping a hop for Com, gets himself into that position here. Fight. Ooh, it's the bullets exchange. Kawazin is hoping to follow up on it. No one falls though.
Alarm bot broken. Les, as after he takes a little bit of a prod towards B main, is now in a very, very passive position over towards B. They don't have a turret, they don't have alarm bot, they have no information. And that's going to make every other part of the map a lot weaker.
Nice paranoia, but sidestep and avoided. Aspas! Too much room to overcome. Those two players just sitting there. 2 years now. He's tucked into hell. Could he be the backstab? Could he be the knife that really hurts them? But no. With him shut down and removed, it is pure desperation. You can see it on Loud's face, the way they're playing this one. Not together, not ever so slightly. EG once more. They find themselves here on the cusp of taking our first map.
These attacking rounds continue to be excellent for EG. But they need to be able to put something up on the other side as well. Great isolation onto Aspas. And they just get their players in great positions, completely holding and dominating these.
Look at him!
The sight lines over towards hell and heaven. But Loud now with an opportunity to respond, and their attack sides have also been great. They put a heavy emphasis towards A main control, but this time the Brazilians grouping up in tiles. Oh! Wow, what counter spam onto Com.
I was wondering when we might see it. The punish inside both of these teams. Opting into the Odin plays. Just like that though, with less falling, it's suddenly a 4v4.
I mean, that one, such a shot from
Ethan.
I mean,
where the hell was that?
How has he found that?
Cat all the way down to tiles.
Just the tiniest of angles.
Flashpoint, taking space. But now contacting. No more util being used off of this one. Dart doesn't spot it. Ethan is in real danger.
That's amazing. They know that Ethan's been holding flashes from that position.
Massively so. Jorgamo though. Up close to Dice here. It's really going to start to be swarmed and overwhelmed. How does he get two? Demon 1, heavy position, ADS. This could be it. It's a 1v2. Saturday IGL. He's got to pull off a masterclass round. tap of the spike. Doesn't force any EG players out to the open. A second stick of it over the top, updraft. Demon One cannot spot him. Knows who one of them is though. Flash buys him some time, buys him some space. White swing, white phase, can isolate it. That is it. EG taking map number 1.
Excellent performance from Evil Geniuses. Start out with a strong footing. Looked like that map was going to slip away from them, but excellent calling on their attack side prevails. We have tests, twists and turns, I'm sure, later on into this series. But EG with a great start.
Yeah, amazing resilience. It's still a best of 5. Remember, plenty more action left to come, and we'll see you soon, just after this break.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. So the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading the Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
EG, they're back to their winning ways, and I'm joined by their coach, Potter. Now, Potter, a lot of teams have struggled against Loud in this lower bracket, so why do you think that you guys were able to come out and get the upper hand straight away?
It's got to be the individual decision making. You know, yesterday we were a little slow to being decisive to all the info we got, but if you listen to the comms from these guys, we've got every I dotted and every T crossed right now. So I know that first map was a little slow, but we're warming up into it. I think with our comms, we're just a better team right now.
And very quickly, do you have anything to say to the fans? They are so loud today. They all came out here cheering for EG.
They really did. I feel the energy. You know, not all the seats are filled, but it seems that way. I don't even have words. It's been definitely a dream year for us, and yeah, hopefully we keep going on.
I believe. Thank you very much, Potter, and good luck in the next match.
Potter says it's a dream. Well, it feels like a dream season for this EG lineup who just picked up their first map win on Ascent here. But it was a tight one because Loud nearly pulled that one away. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi. You got Mel as well as Achilleos. And you know what? Let's just jump right into this, shall we? Because what a game that was. A treat for most definitely. And I think what's even cooler about it, too, is just you get to see these two squads really approach this map their way. And even though we're mirror compositions, I really felt like we were seeing some ingenuity on both sides here as we take a look at the breakdown.
Yeah, it comes down to overtime in the end, and I thought that EG had such an excellent attack side half. Their calling was excellent there, and they started strong on defense as well, winning the pistol round. Yeah. But Loud really rallied. I think they had some good ideas on how to contend with EG, and it didn't nearly slip away from them, but it comes down to big step-ups from players like Demon One and Jojimo in overtime to close that out.
And that's what we were talking about beforehand. It cannot just be calm here, like what we saw from Ascent yesterday. When you see Demon One deliver on those entries, when you see other people clutching up, and we did see that this game delivered the clutches from EG, like Ethan 1v3, the insane mid-rounding from both teams, and the lack of hesitation, especially in the calling, especially later on in the attack half from Boostio, when they're just simplifying, they're keeping it simple, they're just going to end into an A split, they aren't overcooking. Even when they get Omen Blind installed, they believe in their read that there's only two there, and it honestly pays off, and these rounds are so hectic and insane, and the fundamentals from both teams, you see Calm trying his best to stay alive here, and I think he actually ends up overextending, but the retake from EG and the trust from Calm to be able to be like, okay, you know what, we're in a 4v5, but I still trust my team to be able to go into this retake.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan being able to step up here was something that was a very big breath of fresh air because he was another player that was very lacking on that Ascent map just yesterday. Huge performance from him, big clutches coming through to just kind of continue to plow onward here for the side of EG. Even though Loud was nipping at their heels, they forced them into that OT. They were able to just put their feet down and say, okay, no resets, 14-12, we're good.
Yeah, I respect that.
And mentioning players who needed to step up, I think Demon One was really the biggest example of that one. On their attack side, constantly getting those entries to set up Boostio to call these excellent mid-rounds was pivotal. He had a great map here, and you compare that to Ascent yesterday against Paper X, where this guy was really struggling. I think his performance was critical for EG to close this out, especially since against an Osboss, who's normally excellent on Ascent. He had a bit of a slow start, but he really warmed up into that second half.
And it was like I was saying, I really wanted to see that off, and we actually saw Demon picking up the off on attack, which is like I just wasn't expecting. And it's honestly, in my eyes, this is a steal. In my eyes, I thought Loud was going to take this. I know we were discussing it where you thought otherwise, and I feel like in my head, EG, you're going to this like, okay, Loud were expecting to take that. They're very confident on Ascent, and they should be feeling great going into this next map. EG should.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things that I saw from EG here was that when they got an advantage early on, they didn't really let it slip through their fingers. Very few 4v5 conversions from the side of Loud compared to even EG. So even when Loud was finding those first kills, because as we saw, they got 15. They had the majority of them. This was about a 33% conversion for the side of EG. So even if they did lose somebody early, they were able to drag that round back into their favor with just excellent calling and team play.
I think how they deal with their late rounds is really excellent. You already mentioned how good Ethan was in the clutch, but Calm as well, beyond what he does in the clutch, I think he's the most proactive player in those moments. He has a ton of cross-map darts to support his teammates to stop either flood retakes or to help his teammate get into the site. And also, at the very end of rounds, in those late rounds, he's the guy flanking, making the play to shut down Loud's post plants, which is so critical on these Ascent maps.
Yeah, it's quite scary how it feels like Calm at any point in time just has an understanding of where his opponents are going to be on the map, and that information cannot be stressed enough, like how valuable that is. I think was Crashies in the American season was really praised for that info gathering, and I think Calm just having that mindset that he has, and also the way that he's been approaching his particular role, unbelievable stuff. This is literally what you would want to see from an initiator trying to punch a ticket to the grand finals.
And remember, remember Com's story. This is the guy who at the beginning of Americas was really, really heavily criticized by fellow players, by the public. Everyone was saying that he should be dropped, that BCJ should come back into the roster, but then he got so much better in Americas. He stepped up at Tokyo, and now I think he's hitting the best form of his career here in the Champions playoffs, where it matters the most.
Hell of a time to peak. Indeed it is. But for now, though, let's actually hear what Coach Fraud had to say going into map 2.
That was a very close map for Loud as well. I'm joined by their coach, Fraud, here. Now, Fraud, EG, you guys, you know each other very, very well, especially on the map like Ascent. But was there anything that they did that surprised you, perhaps, maybe you overlooked, that you think that you guys can tackle and fix for map 2?
Not too much. We're obviously familiar with their play style. I think maybe a couple times they caught us off guard with some like fakes, double fakes, going a little bit slower than they normally do. So I think that was more on us, just not playing the situations as optimal. Maybe you know, we got to play inside the bomb sites, not play retake so late, hold on to utility a little bit more. So just things that we got to improve to make sure that we can beat them the next games.
Well, thank you very much for your insight and best of luck for the rest of the series.
Incredible to think how all of this, when you actually break it down, is coming down to a few minor details. Now, as a pro player, you've been in this situation before. It's stressful to know. It's like, if I just held on to that piece of utility a little bit longer, or if I had, moved over here rather than going over there, like all these little things you can kind of beat yourself up about. So it's very important that this team is prepared as they get ready for map 2.
And we hear it a lot in the post-match conferences where it's like the coach is like, oh no, it's just these small details. And at this level, at this deep as well into the Champions playoffs, it really is the smallest of details. And really, we're talking about Demon 1, we're talking about Com, but really, I was looking towards Jojima. I feel like he's going to heat up here because he had some pivotal rounds in OT.
Well, Askin, you shall receive, because the jog is going to be on some rays, and I think, getting Aspas, Jogama, a little 1v1 action between them is always going to be exciting, of course, as we go into this Prime Gaming Agent Select for Lotus. And, it's the philosophy here that we're seeing here, the philosophical differences between the two teams as we get ready for this map.
Yeah, I mean, Currency's just going to be sticking to that phase, but we see Evil Geniuses sticking with the composition that they brought out versus DRX, because they've only played Lotus once here at Champions, played it multiple times in the past, don't have a quite winning record on this map. It's about 43% win rate, but they still looked very dominant versus DRX, a 13-4 at the end of that.
It absolutely did, and as well on this map, I think the Rays head-to-head is going to be excellent between Jojimo and Aspas. They're both so good on that agent.
Couldn't agree more, Mimi. This is going to be a best of 5 that could very well go to distance. So for now, let's send it back over to your casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, firm focus being placed again on the pistol rounds. Feel like a broken record when I'm talking about it, but it has been one of the things that's paving both of these teams in terms of their success. That previous map that we saw, even in the gun rounds, they were really just neck and neck, and we saw how close that Ascent map 1 really was. And now we're heading into Lotus. Change of pace this time. This is Loud's territory. They ended up picking into this map here, but you got to be ready for all sorts of trap plays. EG, we know they like to take fast mountain control on their attack side. That's where they're going to be starting.
Definitely an area for the map to pay attention to. Fraud was talking about holding more towards the sites, holding on to utility. To see if they want to contest these areas of the map whatsoever.
Yeah, rinse and repeat from the last time they played Lotus. Low down flash. Gets them early control towards C.
But not much of a response from Loud.
No, ready to just absorb it, really.
Yeah, quite happy for EG to just take that control.
We say that less. Definitely getting cheeky with it here. The backside control is going to be gained. Granted now to EG. You've got to deal with a lot of this utility. Follow the bullet traces and you will be rewarded. Prowlers round the side. Sadak, oh my god, he's missing with it. But okay, team got his back, and now they seek to try and pivot into B. Pulled the player rotations away. Should be a free side for them, and it is. Ethan getting the plant online, but they have a massive player disadvantage. Maybe that's good enough, though. Something to even it out. Maybe a fake flash as well. Ethan was hunting for it.
Ethan's just utility dumping these 3 players that are trying to retake through the BC connector. Meanwhile, EG have managed to maintain control over Heaven.
Yeah, no clean shots, no clean fights. Orbs in their face, the decay damage kicking in.
And here comes Les.
It's a 2v3.
They've heard him.
They finally have taken control of Heaven. Les has cleared this one out, but again, time working against him. You can start to hear it tick. It's a wide phase. No way! Demon 1 eviscerates them!
One of the most impressive things about watching Demon 1 is that he's able to perform no matter what agent he's playing. the pure gun skill is on display all the time. When you put a weapon in his hand like this Ghost, it just suits his tapping aim style so well. You got to respect his composure in big moments. I think that's what separated him from a lot of the other rookies that we've seen who have up and down performances on the big stage. For Demon One at this event in particular, the composure is just always there in those big moments.
Yeah, he's been rising to the occasion.
You never see him just panicked, crouch spraying in a corner. No. He's always taking his time with every shot, making sure his mechanics matter.
Yeah, it's a level of confidence that really only belongs to the youth before they get humbled. He hasn't had that just yet. In his mind, he firmly does believe that he's the best player in the world, and they seek to prove it. In this match here, already leading one map. Back-to-back grand finals for this team would be outstanding.
Trying to funnel the ult orbs right now into Jorgamo, who's running around with an Ares in hand.
Here it is, a big stack of the Loud players here. It's read by EG. They're still committing into this one, but picking them apart again, just walking right into the smoke. Where do you get that level of confidence from? Jorgamo, no concerns, not worried. 145 with the follow-up. Less taking out Demon One, but now I know exactly where he is with the spike planted down.
Heal comes through as well.
Yeah.
I believe Demon One had a weapon that EG will be wanting to try and recover. So that battle is where Les could try and inflict some damage.
Yeah, just wants to punish when they go to pick it up and reclaim it. Yeah, well, Boostio, usually pretty sharp at a sheriff aim. Putting on a bit of a performance for us. So 2 rounds leading for EG. Good beginning. Would be even better if they get the bonus online for them.
One of the most bizarre facts about this map for Loud is that there have only, Fnatic have only ever lost Lotus to Loud. And yet, 2 out of 3 of Loud's wins on this map are to Fnatic. They can't win against other teams. So that to me is one of the biggest questions here, is the plan that Loud have brought in, this change of composition with the Raze and the Fade, is it going to work against EG? Loud love using this slightly varied version of the Viper Wall. Not many other teams running the one that Sadak does, that goes from B over towards C, instead of helping to defend the door. It's going to apply extra pressure to these EG players as they try and get in on the west side of the map.
Util was sent soaring, but there was no follow-up from it. I mean, Sadak still has energy in the orb. Stops them being able to push through here. Rotation of the door, making sure that they can fake presence, but it's only Com who's sitting there.
Boxing screen down.
50 seconds remaining. Looks like the goal is these orbs. So Jorgamo's 1 away now from the showstopper.
Yeah, Com's just been defending it for Jorgamo the entire time. The Ares is not particularly going to matter when Jorgamo is bursting into the site.
Doesn't have any satchels though.
Still going to be scary.
Yeah. And so lets it loose. Fuse dipping down. Horn as well. No collection of the kills really. Nobody wants to face him. They have given him complete control. Open up the site. Prime for the taking here. That's what the plan going down. And there's a fight to be taken. Over towards Rubble. That was an important one. Com falling. Really just applying that extra level and element of pressure. There's a flank attempt as well. The C's connecting. Jorgamo still seeking to hold on to this, but now up towards Heaven. Demon One. See what he can do. Trying to lock it down, but it's only got the Guardian. He can't really let it spray and pray. And with the taps, yep, not able to hit it onto the mark that he was looking for. It was Sadak. There's a fight being taken across the board. Look at the movement. It's all over the place still. Jorgamo claims an upgrade. Control of B main. Still there's Fallen inside the smoke, though, placed in his face. It leaves it just up to him. And all you got to do is spray those common angles. You knew exactly where he was prior.
EG with a nice idea, though, utilizing their ults to be able to get into the B site. And they had Ethan's utility to try and set up for a pinch onto A. Kawanzin was under quite a bit of pressure in that spot, Trailblazer in his face, and yet Tuiz came to try and help out. Tuiz and Kawanzin did not have the greatest performances on Ascent. These less experienced players have been awesome in their moments throughout the year. They've really found their times to step up, but they have been arguably a little less consistent than the other players on Loud. Good to see them working together and getting straight back into this series. Loud are going to put a focus on shutting down rubble control.
Look at that, send it flying. Paint shells, Haunt. Wouldn't have actually spotted as well with that smoke in the way, but it's enough that you have to respect it. G. Initial moves over towards B main.
The alarm bot got broken there, and Nano Swarm thrown out by Boostio clears that out. Now it looks like they're trying to do something similar on the other side of the map, over towards C. You know, Jorgamo with one blast pack here can get rid of both of these Nano Swarms. How are you going to defend the C site? They talked about going for retakes less. That was what Frod was mentioning. Pretty impossible though with a lockdown in your face.
Yep. And onto the final moment, they noted there was a gap there into the corner, so just spamming it out there. Boostio inside the smoke. That is dangerous. Sarak, you're playing at Sun. It is a bit messy here. There's no spike plan. It was spammed down. Their advantage now over towards Loud, and they've got them contained, isolated still. There's another flank attempt by Com. It looks like they're just trying to buy time for him to wrap all the way around onto the flank.
No, they're leaving. I mean, the spike is going all the way towards A. Jorgamo was left as a piece of bait on the C site. There's 20 seconds left, and EG are sprinting over towards the A.
That is a marathon sprint. You're going to have to get a move on.
And Boostio has split, looking to try and make the play that will win the round. You've got to go for something in a 3v5. You can't just play a standard post plan.
Loud are playing this one safe. Stick together, all four of them grouped up now, starting to run their way through here. Cosmic Divide. Have an obstacle in their face here, and there is that time pressure, honestly. The longer they take, the worse it's going to get for them. Demon
Boostio's found an amazing timing.
Boostio around towards the back. Sadako meets him. But there is still that danger there. Got to imagine Com locking down the connector. One more kill to be found here. Tap onto the diffuser, trying to force out that utility of Demon 1. I believe there was a pull online for him, so it's able to dissuade it, push them back and away. Still, the util's being sent flying on either side, and that ever so slight angle adjustment. They just want to force the fight right to him. Time! All to get down. Half already gained. It's enough.
You can see the panic, sense it within Loud camp, throwing themselves onto the diffuse. And a couple extra kills there for Com towards the end. Loud managed to stabilize eventually. Tuiz knew that he had to get half, but Les also just tosses his body onto the pyre. Yeah. That's a huge one for Loud to win though. It knocks down EG's economy.
There's a massive one.
And EG had also used a bunch of big ultimates there. You know, the showstopper in a couple of rounds prior, but then also locked down these big offensive tools to try and take space. Removed from the EG arsenal.
The waves now of utility. It's the Prowler and the Boombot initially, but now they've set up control of this one, and here's the second wave from EG. He waits it out. It is perfect! Snake by Nanoswarm, Pain Shell, there is nowhere to run. Attempt to pick up the gun, but denied for now. Still, Loud realize they have to give up that space.
Beautiful reclear from EG. I mean, that utility was fantastic. Put them in a 5v4. Might be winnable. With the two rifles in hand for Demon 1 and Jorgamo. Dangerous players. We're watching Les, who's just tucked in front of his alarm bot there.
A very interesting position. There's no control of Mount. I mean, if they ended up re-exploring there, he would be out in the open, but we know that's not the case.
I think it's just so unlikely that EG would call a C push and open the door in this spot. But the Trailblazer is going to put Les in a really dodgy position.
Snakebite doesn't rebound. Flash as well. Can't quite get headed. He gets caught. He is in a potential bit of danger. They're really pivoting into the B side now, trying to get that squeeze. I love this smoke though. 2 years. Gives him to play around as well, so Les can still survive the satchels as well. I mean, EG just cannot clear this guy out of this spot, this position. They are trying their hardest. Dodging, juking, weaving to the sides. Eventually, he will be brought down. So, Plant, online, Demon 1, his job, win that fight out, and he does do. Just that here, still flooding in, Loud. Don't want to give up this space, not for free. Still inside the smoke. Tucked to the side here, and Demon 1 still has the pull as well. He's playing for his life.
What a round!
His fight.
What a round by EG. I was worried when Ethan missed his second flash in 5 rounds, but the rest of them played patiently, and Loud are a little slow and a little scared to get back into sites. They're not playing flood retakes. They're not trying to go and help Les. There was no utility thrown to help, no use of him as a distraction. Instead, EG were just allowed to methodically take control of the site, get the plant, and have 2 players with rifles in post plants.
Nice!
All of that with really not much of an investment.
No, and now it's Loud. The economy flipped. Them on an eco. It definitely felt like Loud were in control. Had they won round 5, they would have had good ultimates to work with, good economy to work with. They would have felt like they were in control of this half. And now it's back and forth. EG looking like they're in the ascendancy. In control of the tempo. Loud though still allowed to maintain rubble control.
Yeah, they haven't been pushed away from that. And I wonder if it's going to be biting EG. They want to go into this round with a bit of caution because Aspas has got the showstopper. It's an eco buy. You never know. It might just be stacking a site. You don't want to be walking into it. But just down the minute mark, are they going to seek to try and push away that space? 2 years. He might just disrespect them. Danger lurking on every single front, and yep. He attempted. That's a season nade. Oh my. Okay. That was the connection, but no kill. The rest of EG now starting to walk their way forwards. Walls up. Sadak laying down a snake. Buys the damage. Barely being done surely enough for the kill. It's just so unusual. There's a flash to set it up around the corner.
How's he got 2
Jorgamo. I mean, that is just absolute magician level plays. Forget rabbits. I'm talking about kills. 2 years. Jorgamo again. This is absurd, man.
Who's almost on for the ace towards the end until denied by Boostio. What an outplay of Sadak's wall. I was talking about it earlier. Loud are one of the only teams that throws this wall that goes B to C. And Jorgamo managed to get up on the... kind of dancing around it. Look how he's positioned, waiting for the flash from Ethan, and throws an underhand nade to catch Sadak, who would be lurking. Oh, why?
Yeah, we didn't see that one.
What an awesome idea and perfect execution. It looks like he's as confused as we were that worked.
It forces the timeout out of Lauer because it is pushing him in uncomfortable territory. So only 4-2 so far on this map, but already you're a map down. Yes, it's a best of 5, plenty more action left to come, but you kept the dream alive of trying to defend your chance at a championship title by besting Fnatic the other day, but now you are up against the scrappy upstarts from your own region of Americas, EG.
Quite.
They've got so much to prove here, determined to do it.
This is a domestic rematch for the chance to face Paper X in the grand final. No matter which way it goes, our grand finals is going to be Americas versus Pacific. The question is just who? The Americas #1 seed, #3 seed. It says up at the top, but it was Loud that won domestically over there. And now playing in LA, looking to try and make it.
This could be a bloodbath. I'm seeing 2 showstoppers online. I'm seeing the Razors facing each other.
Yeah, that's the thing. These rounds have actually bought time for EG to get back up to the showstopper, close to the lockdown. These massive offensive tools are back online almost for EG.
Only a single piece of util, just a Haunt, not a Boombot as well, but already it's been disrespected.
Look how both teams are trying to hold on to utility.
This really could just come down to the ultimates. They're going to let them rip. Yes, they are. Jorgamo, showstopper! Couldn't get around the corner in time. Still there's the answer. Showstopper gets blinded. Dodge out of the way. Boombot, nade, follow it up. Why not? And Aspas still stands his ground. Enough damage dealt.
Incredible!
It's pure friendly fire, but to himself.
What an amazing play by Jorgamo. Just back-to-back rounds. A delight to watch from him. But the squeeze is on Loud here.
Yeah.
Sadak's come to try and plug the gap over by Breakable Door. What's he got, a pit to work with? They need to stay more mobile than that. He can't afford to use it.
In this scenario, when you're essentially a player down in terms of that disadvantage, 2 years, just needed the information. That was the purpose of the ult. He knows that they're still here, sitting towards it. I do like the cooldown by EG to cut noise here, but it hasn't pulled players away. Instead, Loud still have chances to get back into this one. Close to the side. Les is playing inside the orb. They want to spam the corners. The angles! Les! No one's turning! No one's facing! And oh my goodness, it's whiffage all over the bloody place! EG Seconds remaining, seconds to spare. Sadak, another chance for him. Snake bite, ricocheting around to the side. Damage not done. No vulnerability. Ethan is left towards it to 1v1. Sadak, jump spot just narrowly there. No more util. Just has to force the fight, but it comes down to it. The aim duel, the gun play, and he did not expect that. Ethan brings them up to 5.
And holds strong. That's only Ethan's second kill of the map so far, but it means an entire round for EG. What an opening by Jorgamo there. The outplay is excellent, and he throws his own body on the line as well. But things got really sloppy over here. Problems in the EG communication for sure, because comms should have been turning around at that point, but also a little fortunate that they had less with a presumably scroll wheel jump.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, you see those in the bigger moments more often. And Leicester's still been having a phenomenal game.
Recovering it.
This is the issue though, EG getting up to bigger and bigger ultimates.
Yeah.
Using the showstopper to set them up in great position to win the prior rifle round, and now they're on an anti-eco, and it looks like they're headed to just completely rotate the map away. Loud stacking over towards the A side, and EG heading C. This one may end up being uneventful, but it's going to continue to apply pressure to Loud.
It's one of the things that makes EG such a dangerous team to play against. Now, it doesn't look like they're going for the orbs just yet. They want to try and claim the side. But the way they just get that war machine rolling, not just with the economy now, obviously the gun's in their hands, but I mean, most commonly you see it when they play Fracture, you know, 4 orbs to pick from, and they just start rotating, snowballing the ultimates, keeping them online. It can mean a bit of an uphill battle here for Loud. You just have no chances really into this one.
I suppose the only benefit being that Loud are probably not going to be baited into using any of their ults. And still being on the losing side of things. But that is a slim, thin silver lining. Loud need to be able to recover.
Yeah. Signs of life coming out. There's a nade over the top. Let that one fly. Loud looking to do some of that damage as well. But again, it's the rifles that are really doing the damage and the work. Can't withstand it. Onto the flank. Watchful eye of Ethan.
Prime gaming flawless. It certainly feels like it. EG coming into the next with their lockdown too. So this is where Loud need to turn things around. They need a game plan against what EG have been up to. And I think Loud are struggling here a little, because when they throw all of their utility early towards A, suddenly they're vulnerable to EG just retaking that area later on. Loud need to post somebody up and be able to help them without using all of their utility in that area. We're going to see another clash again.
There's 4 players. EG have been doing a decent job as well. Waiting out, baiting the utility, siphoning it out of Loud, and then re-hitting a little bit later on. This time, though,
I like this.
Not the game plan.
Look how quick Aspas has rotated away. He knows that this is not going to be a continued hit towards the A side of things. His nade is not in position to be able to deny this, but he's got it primed to stop the actual follow-up on the lockdown.
Done is nice. Still sending that util there, though, with the snake bite vulnerability. A chance of breaking this one. The Cosmic Divide gives that extra level, an element of defense. Boostio just seeking to play in front of it. Couldn't hit the spray down with it. Sadak still there, holding his ground with the 9-4. Scattered across, no sound cues, but still, it's EG reigning supreme.
Loud never have a chance to be able to get set up for any kind of play. There's no trap at the start of that. Sure, they take a bit of rubble control, but EG are instantly away from them. The pace that Boostio is calling at right now is way too much for Sadak to hold on and deal with. And there goes the final player, the final domino tumbles. EG in an amazing spot currently. This play from Boostio's so cool. And he's got his lockdown, he knows that the players are going to be pushed backwards, and when it's mirrored with the Cosmic Divide, there's that tiny little gap, and he just gets in front of it, reads the fact that Aspas is going to want to fill up the space, and punishes. Loud have not found opportunities for these big players like Aspas and Kawanzin, who we've seen running the map on defense side previously, to get active. When Loud was playing against Fnatic, Aspas and Kawanzin were holding hands, setting up high-low setups on B all the time, being active and mobile with their Season 8 combos. It felt like that duo was everywhere. And EG are too quick. They're moving around the map at such speed that the rotates can't hold on. The defensive setups are not fluid enough.
Not seeing those adjustments here. This is the second time I'm being caught by Loud. For good reason. You can all see the scoreline. 7-2. And this is your map pick. If you are Loud, best of 5 still. We're out of the best of 3s now. It won't be the death blow. It won't be the end to your tournament, but it's a spot that nobody ever wants to be in.
Here's another rifle round coming up. Now, Loud have been putting an emphasis on taking rubble early on, but then they haven't quite been able to get the read of whether EG are looking to re-clear A or pivoting elsewhere. How quickly do Aspas and Kawanzin rotate off? Can they get the correct idea of what Boostio's calling?
This time, oh my goodness! What is that? Okay, Satchel across. I mean, barely a pixel to react to all of that. But as the utils offloaded, I mean, again, first kill for EG. It's more than a driving seat. At this point, they own the bloody map.
Zarak re-exploring, caught by Boostio as well. The IGL's having a very physical manifestation of the mental battle that Boostio is also winning.
Spot the player. I mean, do you still want to go for this one? Just farming up the orbs. Ethan, Seekers are online. They're going to point them exactly to where the targets are. Chance for less, but just a chance. He's traded. Could have potentially got 2. Still moving to the opposite direction now, away from the Seekers. They have free access, and with the plant down now onto B. No control over towards Heaven.
Com is deep, though.
Yeah.
Com's holding a line here, so you know, they do have some soft control towards Heaven.
And Loud just feel like they can't go for this, I think. Maybe if there's a kill afforded to them, offered to them, but they invested everything. Aspas has got a Guardian. Having to save a Guardian. Do they want to go for this? It looks like it. Maybe if they can find a pick. Double face. Now towards a connector, but so much to deal with. Boostio tucked inside the smoke. Flash play, pushing forwards. On top of it, Aspas. Not enough.
Caught up, snarled up, looking for a retreat that is not there. No mercy, no quarter. EG up 8-2. How does this kill even happen?
Oh my.
I mean, the reactions there are unbelievable.
What is that movement? Ew.
Yeah, Ethan's flashes setting up most of this. Disgusting. And yeah, painstaking on Frod's face here. Barriers going down. It has not been working out for Loud here, EG. Water control, here's a trap play. Look at that. Pull through the choke point. Satchels with the flash, it's all set up. We're less. Just got to backpedal. He has to give up this space. Deep flank attempt though from Loud now. They're going to be moving together as a group of 3. That could be the difference maker here if they're able to find the timing well enough.
It's so fast from EG. It's such a departure from what they did on their attack side of Ascent. Demon 1's ready to collect.
Open angle, a player's back's going to be towards them. They cannot hold against it! EG! Locked down to the side here. Will the nade clean it up? It does indeed. It breaks it all.
It's all over. It's all desperation on the side of Loud. EG completely in control. I'm thinking back, Bren, to that interview that Frod gave after the first map. And he said we were caught off actually by how slow EG were on their attack side. They definitely brought a lot more patience to it. And then Boostio's just turned up the tempo heading into Lotus.
Yeah.
Loud came in here to the second map thinking, all right, guys, we need to slow down. We need to save utility. We need to hard anchor. We can't afford to be playing retake everywhere. And instead, EG are just hitting them over and over again with these fast haymakers.
Yeah. It's unusual for how the map is typically played as well. Think about Lotus, I mean, it's a big map, right? The attack side typically going to be taking areas of it just in waves, emanating, using that util. Boostio can barely believe it himself, but yeah, one more round in this half will set them up beautifully.
And all of these rounds will be giving them more and more confidence. They're a very confidence-based team. Aspas forced to go without armor in this round. Wherever EG go, they've just had it for free.
It's damage done to less. The extra money in the bank as well. You can buy operators, you can afford it.
And look,
as well.
It's like flowchart Valorant calling from Boostio. Jogamo goes C, gets an orb. Now he's going to go B, get another orb. They get ready to showstopper into B. This Viper's Pit completely useless because Jorgamo's looking to try and commit to B with his ult.
And here it is, showstopper online, close to the corner. Oh, what is this movement, Kamazine? No way! Not a chance in hell, but still the bullets, they are raining through, fired through. It's enough at the end of the day. Less. The shorty pallets going wide sight. There's going to be gains. Slowed down for about a moment here for EG, and they're just holding their ground. They know the Loud feel like they have to repeat into this. They know that they have to take the fights in 2 years, wanting to do the most. But look at this, right behind him, there is nowhere to run.
Les with it all to do again. This map must have been painful from his perspective. He's had some unreal performances at Champs across all of the tournaments he's ever played, to be honest. But when you're left repeatedly in 1v3s, 1v4s, it's just not doable.
It's just not doable, and even if you do, I mean, it's the third round online. First one, though, has to win the fight against Corman. Well, shot at the die with a spray through into the wall. 10-2 is the half we're looking at. This is Loud's map pick in our lower bracket finals.
And this is so different. EG in the past have beaten Loud on Split and Ascent, and then Fracture too. But they haven't come at them on Lotus. They haven't come at them on a map where they've beaten Fnatic like this. 10-2 is dominant.
Systematic dismantling right now. Let's send it down. We have an interview with a special guest.
Thank you very much, guys. I am now joined by Coriano, one of the Loud's streamers. Now, first of all, I wanted to ask you how you're doing. It must be a little bit stressful right now to watch party this and see your team on stage.
I'm sweating so much. I'm so stressed out, but I think we can do better, and I think we can recover on this match.
I wanted to ask you, what have you thought about their run this year? Because I don't think many people expected them to make it this far in this tournament. So talk me through that.
We are doing so similar than we did last year, and I think the core like Aspas, Les, and Sadak are really great, and I hope we can go to the finals this champion.
Oh, I think everybody wants to see that. Talking about everybody, what about the Brazilian fans? How much do you think this means to them to be able to see their team in another grand final at Champions?
We love to cheer for Brazil, and having Loud here is so awesome. Doing this core stream here is awesome, so thank you guys, thank you Brazilians, you are awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, everyone here in the Kia Forum that's supporting Loud, thank you very much. I also wanted to ask you very quickly though, EG, they're looking pretty good. What do you think about this team, and what do you think Loud need to do to be able to beat them?
EG is a really strong team. I think Demon One is an awesome duelist, and I think Loud have to, play together, win clutches. We're not hitting our shots, so we need to recover and do better.
And lastly, is there anything that you'd like to say, maybe in Portuguese, to send the players some energy and the fans at home as well?
Go Loud and vamos.
Vamos, vamos, vamos. I'm going to send this back to you guys and see if Loud can make a comeback in the second half.
There's a chance of it. A lot of experience going to be gained on either side of these teams as well. They've been in these situations, maps just being blowouts. It's about how you rally back after it. But hard pressed on Lotus are Loud, so.
It's such a bizarre map for Loud. It really is. Having been able to beat Fnatic twice on this, one other win against DRX, and then they've lost the other 3 times that they've played Lotus over the course of their history together. It's been a bizarre map to follow from Loud's point of view, and this one, they've just been destroyed. They need pistol bonus minimum to even get into a position where we would think this was winnable.
This looks like something created by EG here. Yeah, waiting for the presence. Here it is. Flash play out of the side. Kawazine way too far forward. Nate missing still with the frenzy. Shots are fired out on even sides. It's brought it to 3v3, but damage definitely done to these Loud players. Sadak. Oh, just missing it. Boostio tucked.
And only less than 2 E's with 70 health between them. EG once more grasping hold of the tempo on the pistol round. Right? It's them that's initiating the play. And Loud forced to react, always forced to respond and react because EG are playing quickly and putting the pressure on Loud. Com's holding this line. He's going to take contact first against less than 2 E's.
Why is it so weak? Ooh.
A smidge of extra damage done to less.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Com repositioning now up towards the higher ground. Doesn't want to let things slip away. A lot of uncertainty. Thinks they could have walked up towards stairs.
Instead, Loud are looking to flank again. They can get a plant down here, and Les is in a spot where he needs to make magic happen.
Got to make a play. Com's close though as well. Good shot down, TP up top. Does Com realize it? Yes, he does. Tears was laying down the smoke as well. Couldn't see a thing. Less from the side. Doesn't clear the corner! And he wades right into him. Boostier's wondering where the hell was he? Look at his cam.
Les just caught a timing there, slipping into stairs right behind the player that was rotating over. And EG are playing with him. Savor the moment. They're a team powered by having fun in these kind of situations, not taking things too seriously. They find themselves up 11-2.
It's got to be good.
Dominant.
I love this opening as well. I mean, we talk about Loud and the amount of preparation they put into these pistol round plays as well, but EG, they're another team that love to do it. You can see it, the idea there. 3 players stacked up, waiting for signs of life with a flash play popped up, the nade, Cowsing too far, pushed forwards. And yeah, Boostio. Left wondering what the hell happened there. Well, it's a pistol round win. Loud forced to make a difficult decision with the economy.
Com can hear all of this happening over towards Mound. And I'm sure the EG players will be suspicious of a force buy. Com really wants to play inside that Viper orb, but there's just so much spam going into it at the moment.
Trailblazer lay it down ahead of time here. Trailblazer, yeah, it does push back less. Got to respect this. The whole goal of all of this posturing by Loud has been to remove the front section of C in case there was Killjoy utility there. Now we know that there's not. Boostio shifted his setup, and now they might just be walking right into this. Aspas has got a satchel. He's got to cross this angle. How does Com play this? There it is. Satchel breaks it apart. He's maybe caught the timing inside the orb. And where's the damage being done? So damn low, no kill still. Bringing him down. Eventually there with the trade. Turret in your face here, Aspas. The nade flying. Put your plant online. Might have to give up your life for it. 2 years.
He gets out.
Brought down to half. EG is so fast into this, they've already taken up space towards the back of the site. Head poking over the top there. Leicester spotting them as they're moving in. Bullets really running out here still. EG looking like they should be in control. As I say that, still it comes down to these kills. Round to the back. 1v1. Damage done. Enough. Softened up for Aspas with the judge.
So the force buy gets Loud into a position where they can finally win a round. But the gap just looks simply too large. 8 rounds ahead, EG.
Yeah, never seen a comeback from this scoreline before.
Not for Loud. Tui's doing a great job there, picking up 3 kills, making it winnable for Aspas, who has comms judged towards the end.
It's a knife's edge is what some of these rounds are coming down to, but still EG with a sizable lead. The orb dropped down. Tucked to the corner here. Shots. Boostio. Normally so good for it. Reload at this time, at this place. Going for it, but no. Can't get the extra bullets to try and do some significant damage. Com is a sole survivor.
With only a frenzy, this looks like Loud getting up to 4. Com, he can find himself, tuck himself into an interesting position, might make this one. Just spotted out by Tui's. I mean, at this point, do you even want to commit into A?
Yeah.
You got your pick of where they want to go.
The direction.
It's going to be a B pivot here.
Find you.
Com will just be forced as well to take an impromptu timeout. Probably economical damage. And go down to the spike as well.
Yeah, no, I think this gives us a decent opportunity as well to talk about the map pool just a little. Because while this looks like a slam dunk for EG to close out, the later we get into the pool, the worse the maps get for EG, in my opinion. The ones that you can't see up in the top left, you got Split and Bind.
Yeah.
Both maps where I think Loud are extremely comfortable and have been looking good recently. So when I was looking at this map V2, I was thinking EG's best chance might be to close this out 3-0. At the moment, they're in a great spot to do so, right?
There's no way. There's just no way.
However,
checking. 2 years will not be able to
drawn
take that
to his back.
Yeah. So taking away the gun.
That's a decent idea there for Com towards the end to make something out of it. But yeah, it's not disastrous for Loud, even if they end up falling here. The chances of them being able to pull off a reverse sweep in a BO5 like this are actually a little higher than you might think, especially when you consider how some of these matches have gone before. I mean, you dial back to the first time that these two teams faced off against each other. It's week 4 of Americas this season. EG come out with a 13-3 first map, rocking Loud, bash back onto their heels, who then 13-0 them.
Where are you?
So both of these teams very comfortable with turning the ship around. Loud have taken very fast C control in this one.
Bring them down.
And nothing to stop them from committing over towards the C side other than Ethan Com.
I mean, this is where you would see Boostio calling for Aspas to go and work an orb and then using the showstopper to get in. And instead of being prioritizing the ultimates here to make space, Aspas was looking for a timing instead. Now dropping back. I mean, 4 players set up here over towards C.
It's pulled a lot of the EG players over. Maybe anticipating and expecting it. So
the flash was nice though from Ethan. It didn't hear anything, so now they're rotating off.
Right.
They're finding the read.
Boostio. Prime rat gameplay, but this time sniffed him out.
And the spike is headed back towards the weak side. Everybody rotated based on that flash from Ethan, and now it's only Com home. Aspas still has not picked up an ult orb. They're just going for this.
The reveal. Prowler as well, bullets. Slamming into the choke point, but you got to respect it and back away here. 18 seconds left. Got to get a move on here if you are Loud. It's probably not going to be the most ideal plan in the world. A tap to force out this util, but again, time is of the essence. You've got 12 seconds left. You haven't pulled this util out. It hasn't been siphoned out. Pryor, Sancho's over the top. EG! They've dismantled them! Absolutely and thoroughly. No time left. And just like that, it's a round win. Everybody falls, but EG, you know they're going to be happy with it.
What a situation. And you see the deep sigh there from Sadak. How did that one go wrong? They had the site. They were getting set up for the plant.
10 seconds left.
And it just all got denied. The blast pack as well from Jorgamo is excellent, even after the fact. I mean, Jorgamo even being there in time.
On the precipice now.
EG, actually, even having won that round, are still going to have to take an eco here. Their economy's not in a good spot, and they'd just rather play it safely.
This is disrespectful. Look at this from Les. You don't see this from Killjoy players on this map. Normally, they're locked down, tethered to the util. He is in such a forward position. Com with the movement. Not enough to survive. Demon 1. Okay. A weapon delivery straight away. Here's a Sancho showstopper. What a fundamental. No way! No Giacomo! He's broke his ankles. He's done him dirty. And just like this, it's crumbling. It's falling. Kawazine. Got to get some stability into the mix here. Cosmic Divide cuts his way through as well. The choke point angle. Not watched for.
Nice flash.
Lovely flash. Nade on top. Sadak can't swing. Can't play towards this one. Ethan sticking to the defuse. Vulnerable up. Half on the defuse already smoked off. Got to push forwards. It's covered. Once more. Util there. Fights. They need to be won. The Util's not connecting. And it's a full stick to win.
Evil Geniuses closing things out on Lotus. Delivering the second blow to Loud. 13-4 is way more dominant than I was expecting. EG said that they've done a ton of work on this map. Used to be towards the bottom of their map pool, but they're feeling very confident on it now. And it ends with the MasterCard Thrifty. What is this?
Look at this.
Just ridiculous from the two Rays players. Both playing that situation beautifully, but Jorgamo out on top.
Nasty, nasty stuff. Still more series, of course, on the map left to be played. It's a best of 5. Remember it here in our lower bracket finals. Do not go anywhere.
冬の陣千秋楽誇りをかけた戦いを
What a clutch from Celsius!
その目で見届けろ
What is that from Stella?
世界との取り組み幕開く両国国技館にて開催
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Red Bull gives you wings.
toes, or however that saying is supposed to go. What I'm trying to say is what's important. I love you more than, I love you more than $1 million. Oh, even though it's not like I've ever had anything close. If somebody put a gun to your head, I'd take the bullet instead. Oh, just as long as you know that it's not enough to have you by my side right now. Cause sooner or later we're both gonna die. Oh, I need you there in the afterlife. I want you dead or alive. I want you dead or alive. Dead don't part when you're part of my soul. We can't start unless you already know that once you're in there, there's nowhere else you can go. I want you dead or alive. I get you dead or alive. I can't be for you forever if I spend my whole life being afraid that you will find someone better the second we leave Earth. This isn't forever, that isn't forever. Don't you ever try
Of course, guys, you can get even more from Valorant with Xbox Game Pass subscribers with their accounts linked. Get access to all agents, even new ones, on day one, as well as 20% XP boost on the Battle Pass and all event passes. Of course, guys, you can see there's like a QR code that should pop up on the screen. There it is. It's a full screen. Scan that QR code. Make sure you get your Riot ID linked up with your Xbox account. As a person who actually uses this, I can tell you, it's kind of based.
What a deal!
Yeah, what a deal! Do it now! Anyway, shout out to Xbox Game Pass for making that happen. In any case, so folks, welcome back as EG are up 2-0 in this best of 5 series, and we hadn't seen Lotus in a hot minute from this EG lineup, and we got it, and oh boy, did it look good at Kilios. These guys were cooking.
They absolutely were. It was just complete decimation, much like we saw. I mean, I was teeing this up. They played it once here at Champions versus DRX, and they come out here and they absolutely clap once again. They deliver the goods, and this team, they changed around their composition. They start working the Astra in for Demon One of all people, rather than having that Omen in the mix, and it just looks completely and utterly fantastic.
It's so good out of this team, and I think as well, something that was really missing in their series they played yesterday against Paper X, and I even feel like at times in Ascent, was that so much of this run for EG was predicated on them just having fun, going into the server, playing to win, being lighthearted, and just celebrating their victories. They're really similar to Paper X in that way, but I felt like when these games were slipping away, they were losing that. But here on Lotus Mel, they were just clearly just chilling, having so much fun out there on the stage.
It really looks like the lighthearted, fun EG that we've all come to know and love is here, and it's in the stadium today, and it's fun to watch. And I think it honestly makes a lot of sense that it's a raised map that we see this out of, because we saw Jaw pop off.
Yeah, he was excellent. And I mean, it's beyond just the vibes. The calling for Boostio throughout that, I was really impressed with on their attacking side especially, but it really was Jajimo, the guy who was getting all of that done. His entry kills when he's playing the Raze always look beautiful. I think he has probably the best Raze movement out of anyone at this point.
I would say
the things he pulled off
probably, right?
is ridiculous. Yeah, for sure the best from North America.
I'll raise my hand for Jing. I can agree with you on that one from North America.
But he wants to play him again, clearly, because he's putting up so many numbers here in this match. His util usage is excellent.
Unbelievable stuff. And you know, Jog, we oftentimes, you know, joke about his, you know, his like demeanor, the way he carries himself, but he can't stress enough that like when you have a player that is that comfortable, Mel, in the server, that could just, you know, do what they want to do, and yeah, they may not get it every single time, but they know that their teammates are behind them, backing them up. That has to be a very freeing feeling as a duelist Raze who has to make that space for your team, especially on Lotus.
And behind every flying through the air Raze is that Ethan behind him. Like there's that support player where we not every Raze on the planet, there's an Ethan behind him. Everyone hops on a rank, Ethan just pops up.
Yeah, Ethan's just there the whole time. I didn't even know you were in my game, bro.
There's that all-star support, and like anywhere he wants to go, there's like a Flash or a Dog, or his team is always behind him. And like I said, it's funny that we see all this fun come back because it's a Raze map, and you just see him flying through the air and getting these insane frags, and it's just like so goofy to watch sometimes.
And it again shows the variety that EG can play with. They can have those really slow, sometimes over-cookie mid-rounds on Ascent where they're super slowing down this game. They showed some of that here on Lotus as well. And then they can also have these rounds where they turn up the pace to 1,000,000, where they're double satcheling and showing these really well put together set executes. This team has a lot of variety, which I think Loud is struggling a little bit to contend with.
Oh, 100%, because you know, it does genuinely feel as if if this Loud lineup has really struggled to identify what are the win conditions here for the Machilios. I could be wrong on this, but it feels like, you know, what are you going to shut down Jogamo? Well, there's going to be Demon 1 there for the support, or Busio is going to get you something in the round. It's very hard to pinpoint for Loud where they try and shut this down.
No, it really is, and it just feels like they are consistently reeling from just getting clocked in the face. Like every single round, especially there on Lotus, it's just Jogamo's blast backing at you. Like you said, Ethan's right there behind. He's setting in those flashes. He's blinding people up. I mean, Jog ends up going 4-1 when it comes down to first kill, first death, and then he's typically getting more kills on top of it. So there's just this compounding issue where things are snowballing out of control with every single round, and it feels like Loud have just struggled to find any semblance of footing to be able to stand their ground.
All right, Prime Gaming Agent selected Loud. Okay. They busted out the Harbor Viper here. We also, you know, see some adjustments, but also the Yoru is back for Ethan.
I mean, we've seen this from EG. It's excellent. They have great ideas built around combining that with the Sova utility, and while they let the game slip versus Paper X, I still think it's the right comp to play. For Loud, though, with elimination on the line for the reigning champions, they're going back to the composition that defined their year. They started the Harbor Viper meta. They've moved away from it, but now they're heading back to the map that was their best to start this year off.
And it's going to be important for EG to remember what the weaknesses and the counters of this comp were earlier this year, and tapping into that.
They absolutely will. And for EG, if they could close it here, if they could eliminate Loud, make it to back-to-back finals, and have a chance at the championship title here by defeating the team who 13-0'd them on the very same map, it would be a beautiful end to their arc.
How poetic that would be, but Loud certainly don't want that to be a reality. Let's go ahead and get map 3 started. Let's see if EG can 3-0 this, or will Loud start the journey for the reverse sweep? Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Let's get to it then. It would be poetic if EG would manage to close this one out in a 3-0, but I think the forum, everybody here wants to see this go the distance. We want something explosive, and I hope we're about to get it as well. The return to that Viper Harbor for Loud is an intriguing one. It's an interesting one. They haven't played it in, what was it, 3 months, Josh?
Yeah, it's been over 3 months since they pulled out the Harbor Viper on Pearl. They didn't like it. You know, it started out very good for them when they first initiated the Harbor Viper meta, and then other teams started playing it more, other people started beating them, they lost to Crew, they lost to NRG, and they just started banning the map. And then when they brought it back in, they were running the Breach Fade. I don't know how much Loud have been practicing this composition on Pearl recently. We'll have to see how confident and comfortable they look, because I've been so impressed with how Ethan plays the Yoru here.
This is a blinding speed, how close. Side here, it's Busio tucked himself in. He wants to play inside the smoke as well, just so that nobody can cross past. Mid control, Link taken, Aspas side by side, but as flanks on flanks occurring as that falls, Turret doesn't see. It's a gap in it. Busio was watching though. It's almost intentional. Instantly there with the trade. There's less able to gain that ground for them. Ethan still at the top high ground angle. That should be available for them, should be given to them. Never to push this one back. Now with this competition, the new changes on Pearl, it is weaker to try and play this. Ethan!
What a play!
What is that? TP's close to the corner, and Kawazine collects that, shuts it down before it really gets out of hand. Now he is the thorn in their sides. Towards the back of Halls, needs to be cleared out here, but it really just might come down. Again to the gunfire. Spam into the smokes as well, a tap onto it, not really being forced to use their utility. Kawazine, they still need to deal with him finally. It is so, Demon 1's there, but brought to his knees. A pistol round for Loud.
And already showing a bit of comfort, dealing with what Ethan threw at them. Unusual play from the Yoru. Don't see Ethan going for things quite that aggressive all the time. But also the timing looking very tight on the B split. This was something that Loud was struggling with actually earlier on in the year, or earlier on even in this tournament. When we saw them running these B splits, the timing was really off between the players down B main and the people going through Link. Here we see aggression from EG on their eco round.
Yeah, just a stack.
Loud are nowhere near. One of the things that Loud really benefit from when they run the Harbor Viper is that Aspas is forced to go at the pace of the Cascade. There is no messing around. You must take space when that is used. And I think that helps keep everyone on the same page. Les controls the aggression for one.
Yeah, being pushed. How does he claim 2 in the middle of that under all of that?
That's incredible. Going 2 for 1 there and not even donating them a rifle. Doing all of that with the Sheriff. giving the info to the rest of the people over on the A side that they've got a free plant and can go and take whatever post-plant positions they like.
Yeah, not planning for backside.
Yeah, I'm not hugely in favor of the plant position, but I don't think it'll end up mattering too much.
It's a big map, lots to traverse here if you are EG just trying to get a move on, but realistically, again, trying to do that damage to the economy. Go down to the spike, deny a chance of Ultorps, because already you're seeing that standard whirl into motion. Kawazine, he's 3 away.
Certainly. And with Sadak going for the plant, you can see them starting to churn up the lockdown as well.
This is a cheeky play. Smoke's there, got to remove all of that. Wait,
he would have time.
He would have time. You got to try and put a stop to this.
He does have time.
Giacomo!
He does.
It's broken. Okay. They achieved their goal. I mean, listen, they got the weapons out of their hands, but my God, was that close.
That is a lot of damage that Loud have taken. And it's an early scare. Nice work in this round from Les and the rest of Loud to put themselves in a good position, but oh, that got a bit too close. He's required to get onto that. And Loud would have been feeling comfortable, except for the scare just then. And now they're going to buy up, so this isn't a bonus round that they're coming into. Look at the money for Sadak, Tui's, Aspas. They've all bought rifles.
Straight up buy rounds. Ethan, tucked close to the corner here. He can actually use a TP to escape. I don't believe he's... Oh, no, he does have it towards the corner.
Wow. Great awareness.
Really good heads up. I mean, Ethan plays there a lot. Yep. If they've been reading the VODs, they're going to know that he's going to be isolated there. Banking on the TP to get him out of things. Close.
Also, an awareness on Boostio. Oh. Shut down both of the major threats from EG.
What a risky move to make. And the fights are just being handed to him. Aspas. Bit of grab and the death wish.
As each of the players on EG tries to make the play that's required to get them back into the round. And Loud are just eating up all of that aggression. The attack sides have been good from both of these teams. We just watched a blowout on Lotus, but we didn't even really get to see Loud's attack. They just lost so heavily on the other side.
No chances for a very good beginning for a Loud team who's been knocked down to the floor here.
And especially with them playing a composition that, once more, we haven't seen this in over 3 months for Loud on Pearl.
And they did write the book on it.
Yeah.
To such a degree as well that they ended up starting to ban it. Everyone else was playing it. They didn't want to play it anymore.
Yeah, the innovation ended up being a bit of an issue for them. And this is a great start, hunting down EG, trying to take rifles out of the hands. Demon 1 responds. Kawanzine sent back in. Les looks like he wants to swing towards the end of Demon 1. Demon 1 is denied.
Okay.
So what a start this is for Loud. A team that is down 0-2, trying to pull off the reverse sweep. We've only seen 2 reverse sweep BO5s in the main VCT circuit. Both came this year. It's always a challenge to dig yourself out of a hole like this, but the maps are actually not that bad for Loud. Pearl, Split, Bind.
You can maybe see it.
If EG take their foot off the gas, it is definitely possible.
Everyone plays towards mid here with the defensive positionings. They main control. He's given up. Top of the orb. Trying to bait the trap play. I think that EG might have had, flash around the corner trying to fight over this one, but...
And often Ethan is going to be around that position. Yeah. You know, he has his own aggressive plays that he can go for, holding off angles with the teleport or flashing himself through smokes. But he's often going to be throwing supportive utility too, kind of like he would when playing KO on this map.
Well, has the rifle. They've taken these fights against him now. We saw less here. The Seekers will point them in the right direction here. Do they have utility? Clear out Giacomo close to the corner. He does respect it. You can immediately see him backing away like Dark Con. Good placement on it. Really bogging them down and slowing them from being able to get into this, but the rifles will be enough. Smokes in their face. Backside control towards Horse. Still going to be holding on to it. A couple of these players.
Monitor gua kena LCD-nya jadi
big opening now. Great flash. That was off of Ethan. A double swing and a double face here down to the low ground. Another flash as well to try and set Boostio up, but it won't be caught unaware, not twice in a row here. High ground still being held, but as they look to reposition, they're all just getting cleaned up. All the kills funneling Demon 1 Bit of a test for him. Damage was done. The time, it is running short now. No chance of winning this round, definitely. Making him think twice about taking those fights against him, though.
And Demon One still looking confident, but Loud go up 4-0. That was an eco round from EG, and you still saw some nice ideas on the way that Ethan's looking to try and flash them in on the retake. But Loud, one of the benefits of them winning these rounds and being on the attack side, being able to get these spike plants, is that they're building up to large ultimates. They just used the Seekers. Kawanzin already kind of halfway back to getting that online.
The Reckoning.
But it's the Reckoning that's the big tool, yeah.
Yeah. Pay attention to 2 years now. He's going to be using that. Most likely to clear out this side. As long as they're given A main control for free, which there's no big play here from EG. Just Demon One holding it. Praying. But he gets a connection with the bullets. Got to back away, though. And again, so disciplined by Loud. They are very aware that EG's comp lends itself to trap plays as soon as they hear the orb tap. There could be a flash around the corner, there could be a play from EG to punish. They tap it out, they wait it out.
Jorgamo's gone for this one-way in art. And it looked like Kawanzin was trying to flash Aspas in to take contact. Here's that flash.
Doesn't connect.
It doesn't connect with anything. That allows Jorgamo to continue to hold this. Reckoning goes through more pressure onto Jorgamo.
Yeah, and this is a nice one, actually. Close at the side, trying to squeeze in Jorgamo. Push it through into main. What is he up to? Barely enough bullets as well. But he adjusts the aim anyway towards the back here. Com trying to bring down the Cove. And he's on a damage he might do. No, it's just counter spam. In action in theory. Demon One over the top. What is that? Aspas normally so clean with the movement, but they're just answering back with bullets of their own. Through the wall now, Ethan hoping maybe he can spot ahead. The spam damage, he's connecting with the wall bangs, but forced to reload now. Just 30 left. With the reload back, he's really running out of bullets to make the most of this one here. Still needs to be locked down with his crossfire. Set of Sadahack hitting the aim. Kawanzin bailing them out.
Loud go up 5-0. Feeling it, getting into the rhythm, believing in themselves. And Kawanzin, what a rebound. He's had 2 really limp-looking maps. And to me, the biggest difference between when Loud are playing at an excellent level and when they're playing at a mediocre level, when they went out in Tokyo or where they've been struggling at other times, is getting Kawanzin online. He's so aggressive in the way that he likes to play the solo initiator in these comps. If he's hidden, Loud looks so much better as a unit. He had a rough beginning. Maps 1 and 2 barely on the scoreboard. And now up towards the top, 6 and 2, playing Sky, back home field. And EG haven't really been able to get too much out of this Euro. Ethan's been holding that same kind of one and done spot over towards B-Long, with the gate crash to try and rotate to A, but that also is just offering Loud A control. And in the one time where Loud did go towards B, they killed Ethan before he was able to get anything done anyway. So I'd like to see Ethan going into the re-clear mode. Allow Loud to fight over A main and then actually try and contest them with more flashes and get back up in their faces. Not playing aggressively right as the barriers drop, but if Loud are in that space, fighting them.
I'll see those adjustments until the next round after this one because the money is not looking too hot here. Demon One does have to Blade Storm though. Always danger with this guy when he set up. I mean, he's currently leading. He's 7-5. More kills, I think, than the rest of his team combined. But
they're going to recon and flash and try and fight over A main there, EG, at the start of the round. And then they just post calm up. Ethan takes his gate crash to go towards the other side of the map, so they have a very strong B site. And Calm, by the look of it, just spotted somebody. There's a lot of Loud players over towards A. And Ethan's already evacuated. Dash already used for Demon One. A is looking very weak.
Oh, here's a nice tag as well to just push back Aspas from taking that space, but the rest of his team is now starting to collect it, look at it, hunting for Jorgamo. Really escaping with his life. Backed away though, it will be that full retake being played online here, unless this fight comes to fruition for them. The flash wasn't quite good enough. Boostio dodged it, but falls anyway. Didn't have the weapon on the way here. Here it is. Lockdown is putting the heat and pushing it all the way up here. It's up to EG. Emphasis being placed on them trying to make this happen, but
Ethan caught.
Yeah, Ethan being caught, and time is really starting to tick. Reposition of Aspas. It's lovely. Don't really expect it, because look at that, Ethan just trying to make something work with the deep feet deep. Gate crash. A reward in sight. So 6-0, Loud. It's more than dominance at this point.
Mimi was saying on the desk, wouldn't it be poetic if EG were able to close this out and head to back-to-back grand finals by beating Loud on the map where they got 13-0'd earlier on this year? Instead, it looks like it could be poetic for exactly the opposite reasons. Loud are barreling towards another 13-0. The form that they're currently playing, I mean, there's 3 players on EG with 2 kills between them.
And is this the adjustment that EG have made? Is this what they call the timeout for? They've got so much of their players grouped up over towards A here, leaving nothing over towards B.
It's the same thing again. They go for a flash recon re-clear of A, post somebody up, and their idea is for Ethan to gate crash over here to reinforce the B side. They're going to be forced to play a retake anyway.
Yeah, and they've given up link control. You can already see it's Aspas and Les playing together side by side in tandem, taking that space up. Bit of attack this time. Good spam. Good spam, yeah. Breaks down the cove, makes it way more dangerous for them. But while everybody's reloading, they're just able to get the spike down anyway. Happy to take the fights.
Ethan could ping here with his ultimate for Comms Hunter's Fury to get incredible value.
You've got to think about saving this though. You're a player down, you're trying to take this one. Look at the pit, yeah. Still going to be working their way in, Ethan. Now, look at these players collecting it together. Flash, Hunter's Fury, all collected, and the fight gets taken into the back of sight, clearing them all the way out. It is carnage and chaos, but nobody's sticking it. It goes down, but a cosmic divide in their face, up top to the box team of 1. That is unbelievable.
That is a retake of epic proportions. Such phenomenal value found between Ethan and Com's ultimates. Ethan's in there like a human drone.
Oh yeah.
Just running around, spamming the pings. And then throwing out flashes, fake, clones, all sorts of stuff. Just to tangle Loud up, tie their brain in knots, and make sure that Com gets good value out of his ult. That's so decisive from EG to get themselves back on the board, but it's still an uphill battle. They're still only at 1 and 6.
Good one to find though, with all the right answers. Interesting war.
Karena udah tahu EG menang, lebih baik kita main WoW. Apa ya? Bahasa Sunda, Cina ya, ini Chinese dari mana? Gabut.
Persepsinya mereka kalau putih Chinese berarti.
Enggak, emang mata gue kayaknya emang agak sipit juga, mana kacamata bulat gitu. Lagi ngajar ngaji gitu, ditanyain. Tapi masih mending gua sih, ini ada temen gua di beda desa gitu. Karena cewek lagi ya gak enak lah ya, apalagi cewek sensitif kan. Ke badan lagi tuh.
Bilang apa?
Jangan kayak teteh ini gak sehat gitu, anjing bangsat pada gua tuh.
Cocoknya
Brengsek. Ya kan, kalau bocil kelihatan aneh dikit di komen, gua merhatiin kelompok lain juga pada cerita lah. Itu semua pasti di komen lah. Kok gini? Nah, gua lihat bocil kelas berapa ya? Kayaknya kelas 6-an. Di make upnya, tapi bagus ya. Gua tuh rapi gitu. Udah tahu apa gitu make upnya. Dukun yang murah gitu. Oke. Udah online. Semuanya di desa. Jauh dari mana-mana. Kebayang kalau lu ke desa itu yang gua aja yang lupa Chinese, bisa baca Chinese apalagi lu.
Belum melatih kesabaran ya.
Jelas banget. Uang. Teman gua Gabut, KKN gak ada kerjaan, main beginian sama level 400 anjing kan buat. Tanya dosen, di sana ngapain? Tidak kemana-mana Mbak Angel.
Masa isi lu blau ya Himelu? Dann hätte ich ja vielleicht die Formale nochmal anders gestalten müssen. Na gut, okay.
Iklannya lama gak bisa di skip, ya Allah.
Nikmati yang gratisan.
Sudah bayar 95, malas, duitku udah habis. Sama kucing liar brengsek. Aku habis 2, lebih juga. Bangsat. Song apa ya? Daji. Daji, oh Daji. Bukan Shopee, astaga. Lu Mbak sekampus sama si Mas Ari.
Iya.
Berarti gak ada KKN berarti.
Not. Nggak ada KKN, adanya live-in.
KKN iya, PKL iya. Kalau anak keguruan ngajar iya. Tapi tak apa-apa lah. Yang penting UKT-nya murah. Ekonomis banget. Belanja eyeliner hanya buat cowok buat cewek. Pindah ke posisinya beres. Laptop 21. Pindah ke menara Eiffel. Belum ada duit. Vokabularinya jelek bahasa Indonesia. Tapi gain. Segain. Lian. Liga. Oh, liga. Anjay. Anjay. Lan. Skip. Nggak bisa. level 27. Kuis. Lah kok nggak ada? Mixu nggak ada, Mixu. Anjing kok nggak ada di ininya semua. Musik iklan lagi. Hari-hari tempat gua macet negara jalan cocor. Sampai ribut gitu, gak sabaran. Pas udah diatur sama orang sini. Gua mau cuma liatin aja dah. Males. Besi aja. Ebi. Asli. Anjing tidak ada. Dia ada tidak ada. Satu kata lagi mah tuh. Makanya itu besi udah, seri udah. Resi udah. Beri astaga.
Handle this.
Kita pindah ke sungai. Sungai apa ya? 29. Apalah. baru gua ngasih duit Jepang, bodoh lah. Kunci apa ya? Masa bumi? Bumi. Selanjutnya. Kopi gua panas. Level 31. Enggak iya. Eyang. Tidak ada. ada lagi anjing. Empatnya. Dan bangsa bocil, pepape brengsek. Masa ada nada astaga. Anak anjay. Danja, nanja, janda anjing.
Woohoo! Yeah, yeah!
Kita skip lagi. Level selanjutnya. Atap anjay. Paturuk untuk keduanya atau gratis uji coba tambah iklan 59.000 per minggu anjing. Boni Tidak ada. Tidak ada. Yakni saya nih. Yakni.
So watch me.
Apalagi ya? Lama. Adal kan.
Masih berjuang dengan game kata-kata itu?
Ya jelas dong. Soalnya nggak ada yang beli, Cok. Ya, baik, bermain saja. Berarti udah ngantuk. Level 44. Gila. Level 44. Apa ya? Tukip apa ya? Kutip aja. Kutip. Sama P tupi pertamanya U, ketiganya I, 4 huruf. Apa ya? Ketiganya I. Gila dibantuin. Level 46. Tank. Kona. Mobil anjing. Kano. Selanjutnya level 30, level 47. Risih iri siri isi lagi ya. Iri apa ya? Iris aja, dikasih iri. Jimat. Jam. Jin. Iman. Amin. solo polos sop lah anjing ada di situ oplos anjing apa lagi ya? Anjing nggak ada. Bos. LPG.
Romance. Maybe they'll get back together. Guess he does not want mud on his brand new uniform.
Level 50.
Kuncinya di mana?
Bahu
we always talk about, I have unconditional love. Unconditional love is, we don't even know it. Because if a person stops stimulating us, we stop loving them. And in that situation, he's feeling more pain than you are. I'm not afraid. You know, I'm not afraid because I'm starting to see that. So I don't.
This. You are so Handle this. You are so...
Romance. Maybe they'll get back together. Guess he does not want mud on his brand new uniform.
Nggak bisa. Level 64. Anjing ada semua